You ready? I'd like to bring this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. and call on Councillor D'Angelo to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city of Thorold is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations such as Hattawauroch and the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the First Credit Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The city of Thorold stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing
Sorry,
none.
Mr. Mayor, would you?
Are there any declarations of interest?
I have one in the accounts payable, but I can wait till there, or I could give it to you now. It's up to you.
Okay, well, you can put it forward then. That's fine. But it's noted that you have one at that time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Adoption of the, go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, I have one for the TCAG. I just can't find a number right now. I'll come up with it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's item 13.2, PWCS
Yep.
30-2024.
Okay, it's duly noted. Okay, adoption of the agenda. There are two delegations on tonight's agenda respecting the city's participation in the Partners for Climate Change program. The motion respecting the PCP program is a reconsideration and it will be moved up on the agenda to be considered prior to the delegations on this matter. Agenda item 10.2. Can I get a mover and a seconder first, and then I'll take, I got a mover, Councillor Decker, seconder, Councillor Hare. Go ahead, Councillor D'Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to get a bit of clarity on the motion that's being considered as a reconsideration. And I want to ask regarding that, because back in February of 2023, I asked that when we were deliberating this, and a motion was brought forward that we would have a report within a year. It was supposed to be piloted for a year and to come back to answer a lot of council questions at that point in time. Well, to date, I haven't seen the report. So A, I'd like to know where the report is, and then B, I'll talk about the reconsideration in a motion in a minute, but I need to know where the report is and where it's coming.
I'll get our clerk, Matthew Trenham's online, and he will explain. Okay, go ahead, Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So the original motion was that the city staff be approved to become members in the program and that we provide an annual report. So that was the wording that was actually approved. The city did not actually join the program at that time. For any number of reasons, it was delayed. We didn't actually start our membership until February of this year. So membership began February 5th of 2024, which means we haven't had a year of the program to report anything. So the annual report you'd be expecting on how the program was used, if it was used, or any of the financials impacts that you were requesting would be coming in February 2025.
Okay, well,
D'Angelo.
not to be argumentative, but that's not the impression I left when I was bringing that motion forward that we pilot this for a year, because there wasn't really consensus that evening. And to help facilitate a bit of consensus to see where we were moving, because we were all over the place and council wasn't unanimous in the decision at the time, I brought that forward. So let's try it for a year. And then after a year, a report comes back to council, because there were still a lot of questions because it had just come to our agenda very quickly, and there wasn't a lot of background information. So I'm still in the opinion that my decision to put it on the floor for a year sort of stands, that not because the date that we joined, but from the time that I asked for the report in a year. Because I do have questions. There's questions out there from other people in terms of cost, staff time, that we need to elaborate on. So I don't want to wait another year to have this information come forward, because by that time we'll be into the next budget. we haven't finished our strategic plan, so it's important for me that we know where we're headed on the strategic plan and where this fits into the strategic plan. So at this point in time, I'm not prepared to deal with a reconsideration motion because I don't feel it's a reconsideration motion. So if I have to, Mr. Chair, I'll challenge, I'm not sure what your ruling is, if you're supporting the clerk on this. If that's the case, I have further comments.
Matthew, do you want to elaborate further?
Sure, I can. If there are questions with regards to the program, again, my understanding is staff have only just gained access to it. So they're not going to be able to answer a lot of the questions that you may have, again, because the purpose of the motion was to get a report within a year of using it. We haven't used it for a year. So while I do appreciate, Mr. Mayor, that may have been the direction, there were no timelines associated with it, which is why I would suggest that it is a reconsideration, because the motion as worded intends that we participate for a year and then report on it. That being said, understanding that councillors may have a number of questions, I would suggest that those questions perhaps filter through the Environment Committee to either the councillor who's involved and or having staff attend specifically to ask those questions and get feedback immediately on to what we've had access to. I know staff can provide some answers to that, but it would be reconsideration to have the motion that the councillor is recommending tonight to basically rescind our membership because we haven't had a year's membership yet.
Okay, Councillor DeAnge.
Well, again, I don't feel comfortable. I guess my first question is, now that we've signed up, how long are we locked into this agreement at this point in time?
Is it a year that it's coming back? Do you want to elaborate on that so we can get clarity, Matthew?
So my understanding is we're not locked into anything. Again, council could certainly withdraw, but the way the motion was worded, we would be looking to have a membership for a year. Again, if council wanted to reconsider it, they could do so and then end the membership early. But there's no contract that's necessarily signed with the program itself. Again, we could refer to staff, but I just would hesitate, Mr. Mayor, going too far down this road because none of this is actually on the floor at present. The only thing on the floor is the agenda and whether or not to have the reconsideration.
Sounds good.
Okay.
We can deal with that when that comes on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Well,
But they want clarity on the reconsideration so that when we get to that point, we'll be deciding if it's a reconsideration or not, correct?
So that's correct. Right now, what we're doing is we're saying that we're moving the reconsideration vote to before the delegations. If council have concerns about that, they could debate whether it is a reconsideration when that is actually on the floor.
When that comes on the floor, okay? So right now, we're just adopting the movement of the speakers up if it's reconsidered, and then we can debate the basis of the reconsideration when at that time.
so just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, if I want to challenge the chair on the ruling, I would do it at that point in time?
That's correct.
Just so that...
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? That's all we're talking about now. If you want to talk on that, we'll talk when the motion comes on the floor.
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question about what Matthew just said. Why wouldn't we have the presentations prior to that coming up?
No, because then we make that decision prior to the presentations. When that comes on the floor, okay? Which is...
It's immediately after that delegation.
It's a meeting. Okay.
That follows, and then it would come right after.
At 10.2. 10.2. Okay? Okay, we're moving forward now. We can discuss that at that point. Is everybody good with that? Go ahead.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm a little confused about what we're doing. Are we allowing the delegation?
No, we're going to make that decision prior to, at that point in the agenda. Okay?
So we're waiting until we get to 10.2?
That's correct.
Why don't we just deal with it now?
Wait, I'll let Matthew clarify that. Go ahead, Matthew.
So, Mr. Mayor, if you would like to, right now, determine whether it's a reconsideration, you can make that decision now if you'd like. You could also wait until that portion of the agenda. Essentially, the determination is if it's a reconsideration, and that's determined by council, which is my recommendation, then the reconsideration must pass before the delegations can speak, because there's no guarantee that anything is on the floor or on the agenda until it's voted to reconsider. If council deems it that it's not a reconsideration, it is just a motion, then the delegations can continue.
Okay, so we'll do that now. I think that's prudent to do it.
Sure, we can do that now.
Okay,
So again, my recommendation, Mr. Mayor, is that it's a reconsideration.
okay. Go ahead, Councillor DeAngelo.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's a reconsideration in my opinion, so I'd like to challenge that rule.
The ruling is that it is a reconsideration. You'd like to challenge the ruling. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor DeRose. All those, okay, so the motion, you read it out? The motion by Councillor DeAngelo, seconded by Councillor DeRose, is that it's not a reconsideration. Okay, so if you think it's a reconsideration, you vote no. If you don't think it's a reconsideration, you're voting yes, correct?
Yes.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. So the
Okay.
way the motion will actually be worded is that the decision of the chair be sustained. So you vote yes if you believe it is a reconsideration, and you vote yes to sustain the chair's or the mayor's decision. You vote no if you disagree and you wish the challenge to go forward, which means it is not a reconsideration.
Go ahead, Councillor DeAngelo.
Well, I just want to make sure it's clear. I don't know if I could speak on the reconsideration, but the clarity I'm looking for is we gave direction last February to move forward with this. It's been a year. We were supposed to get a report back, and at that point in time, we were going to determine if we're moving forward. I'm not in agreement in the position that we got to wait another year to get that report. So I'm looking for a staff report. That's why I don't consider this a reconsideration. I expected a staff report to come forward in the very near future, and then council could debate it at that point in time, because part of that motion that I brought forward was it was a one-year pilot project to look at if we're going to continue or not, and we needed greater clarity on staff time that was being spent on that, costs associated with that, because, and then also, to me at that time when I did that, I also looked at it, how it fit into our strategic plan, which isn't completed yet. So there's a few points there that's why it leads me to believe it's not a reconsideration. And when I'm looking at our agenda and I'm looking at all the things that we have to accomplish as a council, that we have to make sure that our staff are directed to do things that are progressive for our community. And this one is going to be consuming a lot of staff time that it's going to be detrimental to, making sure our ditches have issues. There's some issues with dishes. Ditches. We have issues with traffic control issues. We have, there's a lot of stuff that we need to do. And our fundamental items are sometimes not being covered. Our basic needs, recreation. We're not spending a lot of time on that, and now we're going beyond that. So I don't want to be spending a lot of staff time on this, because I felt it, and it was staff that brought this forward last year and had a bit of urgency with it. Now it's not that urgent. So again, I see a lot of stuff that we need to do just for our basic needs of our community, and that's where I feel staff time should be spent. I'm not sure what the rest of the council feels, but that's my feeling. We need to meet the basic needs, sidewalks issues. Like there's a lot of issues. Parks, there's a request for another splash pad. Like it's not even in our budget. So we have all those things that need to be considered, and now we're throwing this on staff on top of it when they should have had it been dealt with within the past year.
Okay, so Matthew explained why that didn't happen. Matthew, do you want to get clarity before I call the question?
Sure.
You can speak.
So,
Wait, just let me finish here.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, the reason the reconsideration is the motion is to rescind the membership. And the membership was, for a year after which the report. So that's the reconsideration piece. There would be nothing to prevent council from asking staff to provide a report at this time, either through the Economic Development or the Environment Committee, or direct to council on the progress or cost or anything that's happened to date. Nothing would prevent that. That's not the reconsideration or the issue. The issue is the motion is to rescind the membership. And that motion originally passed was to do this for a year and then provide a report. So even if we ask for a report now and staff provide it, there would still be an annual report in 2025 should the membership continue. The reason that it did not happen at the time, I believe the staff member who was leading it did leave the organization. I know there was a great deal of turnover in staff in the department. It just didn't get processed until it was realized that it wasn't processed, and we made sure that we continued that step following the direction of council.
Okay. So, Councillor D'Angelo, that wouldn't stop asking for a staff report at this time. That's what the clerk is saying.
Well,
We can't hear you. Put your microphone on.
It is on.
okay, Mr. Mayor, there's other councillors want to speak, so I want to heed the floor to the other councillors and let them speak, but I do have a few more comments. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with everything Councilor D'Angelo said, except one thing, asking for a report on the status of how this program has progressed. It's been live for a month. There's not going to be much in that report because we haven't given it due time. So where we go from here, I don't know, but this hasn't transpired the way it should have. We should have been at the end of 1 year with a staff report coming to us. Now to ask us to rescind it, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if the program works or not, or is a benefit or not. Okay? So, again, I agree with my fellow councillor, but at this point, this is a very difficult decision because council as a whole, we voted unanimously last time for this 1 year trial, and we haven't given it due process.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first concern is that us joining on February the 5th when the clerk said, and I believe that only happened because of the email that I sent to the city, to the clerk and to Manoj on February the 1st, where I asked a series of questions in regards to it, so council knows, and those questions still haven't been answered because now that we know we didn't join, but it wasn't until after I inquired to the city that we joined. I think that's when they realized they didn't join, knowing that last year I had concerns and was probably going to bring an motion to the floor, which I did tell council I was bringing to the floor, and it just happened that the day before the council meeting, February 6th, I'd already given a notice. I'd let it be known I was going to be doing it, and he told me the meeting before I could do it at the meeting, and that we joined the day before on February the 5th. How convenient. But in January, I wrote, and I said, in January 2023, City Council agreed to a 1 year membership partnership with PCP, known as Partners for Climate Protection. The term, as per council decision, has ended. Some question in regards to such. I wish to receive all agreements, if any, made between the corporation and the City of Thorold and PPC, known as Partners for Climate Protection. What free resources had the PCP supplied to the corporation and the City of Thorold? Even though it's been a year, we all could have been given that information. That's one thing too. Why hasn't the Partner for Climate Protection ever come here to present to the council so that we can question them, the people that are going to implement it? It's brought in from a staff member, which I feel was wrong. What the PC program, as stated by staff at the time, has 5 different stages. See, we still didn't get a clear answer from the question that Councillor D'Angelo asked. How long does the program last for? I know we can cancel at any time, but it's a 5-year program. And my 10 years, yeah. Excuse me, yeah, don't interrupt.
There's no
Sorry.
discussion in
And I
the
asked,
audience, please.
what range of tools was mentioned by Megan Burbeck in 2023 as the city used to calculate greenhouse gas emissions? See, I asked that question because I went to the Municipal Act, and the Green Energy Act passed in 2029, and she mentioned it specifically, the Energy Conservation Demand Management Plans. So my question would be to staff, who on the city previously has been filling out those reports? Because in the act, I have it right here, there's amendments to it, but on or before July 1st, 2013, every public agency shall submit to the minister, publish on its website or internet site, if it has either or both, and make available to the public in printed and form to the head office of public's energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. See, council's not aware of what our obligations really were and have been. So someone from the cities had to been doing this, because it goes on to say, and Megan had actually said that day that it would be someone from Public Works or Finance doing it. Now we have another individual from the city that's possibly doing it. So I have many concerns with it, because it was then amended again on July 1st, 2019, and that one says, on and before every 5th anniversary thereafter, every public agency shall publish on its website and internet site. We've never done it. And I found out there are only 4 municipalities, Grimsby, West Lincoln, Welland, and St. Catharines, that are actually signed up to this program. We shouldn't even be doing it. This is a region, to me, a regional thing that's coming up, but we've already had responsibilities. So we must have already had a person on staff that's doing an energy conservation demand management plans, because they've been mandated since 2009.
Okay.
So that's my concerns, and I just want to go on one more thing. The report dated February the 27th actually said right in it, we're missing, they didn't mention that, it says the Partners for Climate Protection CPC financial considerations. My thought is that it should have been brought to the budget meetings, and that's why I waited till February 1st to send my email to the city, because it didn't come up during the budget meetings. So I was wondering, well, what's going on with this program? And we've all been in the loop for a year. So I can't support it. I don't think it's a reconsideration either. The time's come and gone. And the simple fact that I inquired on the 1st about it, on the 5th we happened to sign up, knowing on the 6th that I was going to be bringing a notice of motion forward to bring this forward, because I had to notify council 4 days prior. So I notified the city, they signed up for the program, and then we had the council meeting the next day. So that concerns me.
So, Mr. Mayor,
That's my thing.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to advise you that we want to stick to the reconsideration
Okay.
piece, and I will correct myself. While we received notification that we had become members on February 5th, the application was started January 18th.
Okay. And of
But
May
we do need to stick, this is about the reconsideration.
Okay,
Actually, at this
so-
point, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's really only about whether or not to sustain your ruling of its whether or reconsideration, and that's what we should be discussing at this point.
We had a mover and a seconder for that, so the motion on the floor is,
The motion on
To
the
sustain the
floor.
ruling of the chair.
Yeah.
so to sustain the ruling of the chair, you'd vote yes, which means it's a reconsideration, correct? And if you say no, then it's not a reconsideration, then we'll deal with it. Am I I just want to be clear
Correct.
and make sure everybody's clear when they vote.
So you're voting no.
If you vote yes, then you're saying that it's a reconsideration, you're sustaining the ruling. If you vote no, then it goes into be a reconsideration. I mean, it's not a reconsideration.
Meaning that we'll discuss it tonight.
That's correct. Okay? That is it. Does anyone want to speak to that? Okay? Seeing none, we had a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? I did explain it, but I'll explain it again. That if you vote yes, you're sustaining the ruling that it is a reconsideration. If you vote no, you're saying that it is not a
If
reconsideration.
you vote no, we can discuss it tonight.
That's correct. Okay? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay? Okay. So, I
Yeah.
know, just one sec.
There can't be any.
I'm just gonna make it known that we'll clear the chambers if there continues to be noise in the crowd. Decorum in this council chamber is that you're here, you're welcome to listen, but let's keep it down. Councilors will speak and ask questions and deal with the issues, okay? Thank you. Councilor DeAngelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at this time, what I wanted to speak about was getting our staff report brought forward to this council. There's still information and questions that are out there, and that's what I wanted to see done within a year. So now we're past the year's point, but I'm still
But we'll
believing.
deal with that when now the report comes on the floor. This is just the agenda item that we're moving forward on.
And when it comes to the floor, the presenters get to make a presentation? Correct?
Yes, as far as Matthew?
So sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear your announcement of the the vote, how it went, assuming that it was not sustained?
No.
That's correct.
Mr. Mayor?
So then the agenda remains as is. We continue through the delegations, and then immediately following the delegations, the motion from Councillor Handley will come forward.
Okay.
And that at that time, council can certainly debate the motion and amend it, include reporting or any of the above, ask questions of staff with regards to the program.
Thank you. Okay, is that clear for everyone? Okay? Okay. So now, adoption, can I get a mover and a we had a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda, and as amended, all those in favor?
Hear the people out.
Opposed? That is carried. Adoption of the minutes. Can I get a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes from Tuesday, February 27th, 2024? Councillor D'Angela, Councillor DeRose. Are there any errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Mayor's report. On February 29th, I brought greetings on behalf of City Council to the Niagara Older Adult Alliance meeting, which was held at the Thorold Senior Citizen Center. The NOAA includes leaders from local, municipal, older adult advisory committees, related groups, and municipal staff from across the Niagara region. They advocate for the interests of older people and age-friendly initiatives in their communities. Councillor O'Hare, our age-friendly committee councillor rep, Jean D'Amelio Swire, Thorold Age-Friendly Committee chair, and event co-organizer were in attendance. Also on February 29th, I attended the Niagara District Firefighters Association meeting hosted by the Thorold South Volunteer Firefighters Association at Station 2. Councillors O'Hare, Sentence, and Chief Dixon joined me at this function. These meetings provide ways to share ideas and information concerning fire protection and prevention, as well as providing educational training, networking, and collaboration. On March 2nd, I attended and brought greetings on behalf of the City Council to Fire Station 4 banquet, the 70th anniversary of this banquet. The first annual St. John's Volunteer Fire Department banquet was held on March 6, 1954, celebrating 1-year anniversary of the formation of the department on March 6, 1953. The St. John's Volunteer Fire Department was formed in 1953 to provide protection to an area near the boundary of Thorold and Pelham Townships. The brigade became Station 4, Thorold Fire and Emergency Services, with the new station on Highway 20 in 2003. On March 2nd, the anonymous donor, a City of Thorold business person, hosted a food giveaway for families and individuals in need. This drive-through or walk-in event was held in the Holy Rosary Hall parking lot. A huge thank you to the anonymous donor, Knights of Columbus members, and numerous community volunteers, as well as Councillors D'Angela, DeRose, Hanley, Longo, and O'Hare. We were all thrilled to be a small part of this heartwarming community initiative. There will be another food giveaway hosted by the anonymous donor on Saturday, March 30th at 1 p.m., once again in the Holy Rosary Hall parking lot on Sullivan Avenue in Thorold. Once again, this will be drive-through or walk-in. On March 5th, Manoj Dalwaria, Ken Schultens, and I were joined by representatives from the region, City of Port Colborne, and the Seaway at a drop-in hosted by the BMI Group in Toronto. They were there at the mining conference to fortify the critical mineral corridor from their property in Red Rock through to Niagara and their Thorold and Port Colborne sites. On March 7th, I was joined by Manoj Dalwaria and Ken Schultens at the Thorold multimodal site for a federal funding announcement. MPs Vance Badaway, Chris Biddle, and the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, Jonathan Wilkinson, announced $15 million in funding for clean fuel projects split between Char Technologies and Stormfisher Hydrogen Limited in the Thorold Multimodal Hub, as well as Azure Sustainable Fuels Corporation in Port Colborne. The Thorold Multimodal Hub and the Welland Canal Trade Corridor continue to generate interest and excitement in the business community. Congratulations goes out to City Clerk Matthew Trenham, who has successfully graduated from the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario with a diploma in municipal administration with honors. Matthew has been inducted into AMCTO's Academic Honor Roll, an outstanding achievement. To graduate with this diploma, Matthew successfully completed the following 4 programs: Municipal Administration Program, Municipal Accounting and Finance Program, Municipal Law Program, Employment Law and Human Resources Program. Once again, on behalf of City Council and staff, congratulations. On March 13th, I attended the BUSU event. That's the Brock University Student Union Pizza with Politicians at Brock University to discuss issues of concerns for students in all levels of government. Some items discussed were housing, food security, transportation, etc. I was joined by MPs Vance Badaway, Chris Biddle, April Jeffs on behalf of MP Tony Baldinelli, MP Sam Oosterhoff, Jenny Stevens, and Mayors Matt Cisco and Gary Zalepa. On March 15th, I brought greetings on behalf of City Council to the Thorold Seniors Active Living Fair held at the Senior Center at 8 Carlton Street South. Various vendors, presentations, and demonstrations were part of this event. A partnership with Thorold Senior Citizens Association, Thorold Age Friendly Committee, OACAO, which is the voice of older adult centers, the province of Ontario, and United Way Niagara growing communities made this event possible. Councillor O'Hare, our representative on the Age Friendly Committee, was also in attendance. April 1st, 2024 marks the 100th year of service for the Royal Canadian Air Force as a distinct military element, their 100th anniversary. We will be lighting City Hall up in blue to honor the momentous RCAF centennial on April 1st. World Autism Day is observed annually on April 2nd. The purpose of this day is to raise awareness and promote acceptance of people with autism spectrum disorder. It also presents an opportunity to tear down misconceptions and false notions about disabilities. City Hall is proud to support this day. Council and staff will be wearing blue and having a flag-raising ceremony to recognize World Autism Day on April 2nd. Come out and support the 4th Annual Garden Fest, which will run from Friday, April 12th to Sunday, April 14th in the parking lot at Holy Rosary Hall on Sullivan Avenue in Thorold. The 3-day sale run by the Knights of Columbus 2319 is open to the public in support of local charities. It includes the sale of fertilizer, compost, grass seed, potted plants, as well as a bottle collection, food drive, 50-50 draw, and there will also be a barbecue on the Saturday. Solar eclipse April 8th. On April 8th, Niagara will be one of the few places in Canada in the path of a total solar eclipse. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime event that is expected to draw thousands of visitors to the region. Public Health is reminding everyone to protect their eyes and enjoy the eclipse safely using certified solar eclipse glasses. Public Health has information on how to tell if your solar eclipse glasses are safe and where to buy them. Refer to the City of Thorold or Niagara Region websites or Facebook pages for more information. And on that day, Brock University's Faculty of Mathematics and Science is hosting a total eclipse event from noon to 4. This is a free community event called Eclipse on the Escarpment. Please visit their website for more information. Recreation, arts, and culture applications. Grant applications for recreation, arts, and culture are now open for submission until March 31st. Late submissions will not be considered. For more information, please visit the City of Thorold's website at community.services@thorold.ca. There will be 3 Easter egg hunts in Thorold on Saturday, March 30th. Port Robinson Community Center, which is fully booked already. The Easter egg hunt and story walk downtown. which is run through the BIA and the library between the hours of 10 a.m. and noon. Join us for the story walk on the grounds of the Thorold Public Library. Walk around downtown for the Easter egg hunt and look for treats. And then also the Thorold Senior Center is involved, and they'll be open from 10 till noon for hot chocolate, games, and more coloring. For more information and to register, go to www.thoroldbia.com. And Merrittville Speedway was also involved. They have their annual Easter egg hunt from 10 till 2 p.m., free admission and prizes for all. Please visit their website for more information. The flags at all City of Thorold sites have been lowered to half-mast in honor of the Right Honorable Brian Mulroney, the 18th Prime Minister of Canada, who passed away on February 29, 2024 at the age of 84. Mr. Mulroney served the citizens of Canada as Prime Minister from 1984 to 1993. His dedicated service to our nation will always be remembered. We extend our heartfelt condolences, thoughts, and prayers to his family and friends during this difficult time. A state funeral for the former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney will be held on Saturday, March 23rd in Montreal. And on behalf of City Council and staff, take time to enjoy the long Easter weekend, which runs from March 29th through March 31st, and spend time with family and friends. And that's the end of my mayor's remarks. Up next, we have presentations and development charges bylaw overview. And I'll call on Brian Tan, manager of Watson and Associates, for his presentation respecting the development charges bylaw. And Brian, is he online or is he here?
He's just joining us.
Okay.
Byron, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, it was just rejoining as a panelist, so it just took a while to load.
Perfect, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, members of the public. I'm here today to provide you with a development charge, a council workshop, essentially providing you almost a DC 101 on what we're currently undertaking with city staff in order to implement a new development charge bylaw, as your current one is about to set to expire later this year. I have prepared a presentation that I will be, going through. Just bear with me. And please let me know when you can see my screen. Perfect. So as I said, I'm here today to provide you with a development charge council overview of, what we're currently undertaking right now for the city in advance of your expiry date for your current development charge bylaw. I'd like to go over, some of the study timelines. It is a fairly tight timeline right now, so we are, working as quickly as possible with city staff in order to put together a background study as well as all of the calculations with respect to your capital program over the next 10, 20, 30 years and beyond, as well as looking at the growth forecast that we will be utilizing for the DC study. I'll provide you with a little bit of an overview of the study of the legislative changes. You have passed your bylaw back in 2019. You also do have an area-specific bylaw with respect to the Brock Business Park, which is going to be part of this process as well. That will all be combined as part of the background study and the proposed bylaw that'll be coming up, in the next couple of months. And then we'll just go through some of the overview of development charges, how those are generated and calculated. And then we'll go through some of your current exemptions, current rates, and then some other matters as well. I would like to note that this is more for information purposes. There are no calculations tonight. That will be forthcoming once we release the background study, as well as us engaging with the development community with respect to the capital program that we'll be putting as part of the DC study. So with that being said, just to provide you a little bit of a timeline, again, this is a very shortened process. So we did start at the end of 2023. We have been having meetings with city staff to go over some of the service standards, and I'll show you what those are in a moment. Capital program policies, as well as the growth forecast, and looking at what to put in as part of the new background study and bylaw as a result of legislative changes over the past few years since your passage of your current bylaw. We are here today, as I mentioned, to provide you with this education session, and we are looking to release the background study on March 29th. Now, subsequent to the release of the background study, we will be engaging with the development community, hopefully in the month of April, to be able to show them the capital as well as all of the other assumptions that went into the DC study, and really have that discussion piece with them. Subsequent to that, if there are any changes, I mean, we would work with staff to be able to make those revisions. But as you can see here, we did have the public meeting of council, the mandatory public meeting under the Act, tentatively scheduled for April 16th. But given the fact that we would like to engage with the development community, we are proposing perhaps to move that public meeting date back to May 7th. So that is something that we are working with the clerk's department as well as city staff to be able to get all the notices out. But we are looking to push that meeting back to May 7th to be able to have that time to talk with the development community. And then we'll be back in May 28th for council's consideration of the bylaw. And this meets our minimum requirement of 60 days after releasing the report. That is a mandatory requirement under the Development Charge Act, and these timelines would adhere to those requirements. So with that being said, just want to give you a little bit of an overview. Development charges, they are available for municipalities in order to recover for growth-related capital costs related to residential and non-residential development. Development charges are not mandatory. They are something that is a revenue tool that municipalities can utilize. And you'll see later on in the slide that there is a little bit of a balancing act where, there's only so many revenue tools that you can utilize in order to pay for capital. And development charges gives you another avenue to be able to collect for growth-related costs in order to not increase the burden on the existing taxpayers, existing ratepayers, and businesses. So these are only costs with respect to new buildings and new developments that come into the city. These capital costs are in addition to what would normally be required as part of a subdivision agreement. So as part of a plan of subdivision, you would typically require the developers to build the internal roads, sewers, water mains, sidewalks, etc. So development charges are meant to capture any capital costs that would be external for those subdivisions, or if there's any oversizing that would be required, that would be in addition to what you would typically require a localized developer. And as I mentioned earlier, municipalities are empowered to impose these development charges. You've had one dating back to the early 2000s, and it does assist with paying for new infrastructure, as the city grows. So in terms of the history of the development charges, again, just to give you a little bit of flavor for those of you that, as a refresher, since you haven't been through this in a while, the development charges are not new. They have been around in a previous life under the lot levies in the Planning Act, and that extended for almost 40 years, from the mid-1950s to 1989. Subsequent to that, that's where the first iteration of the Development Charge Act came to be in 1989. And what we're working with today in terms of legislation is the 1997 Act. So that is the most recent piece of legislation that we are utilizing in order to form your bylaws and the background studies. Now, since 1997, there's been numerous changes to the Development Charge Act. And you can see those in the bills to the right-hand side of the screen. Again, I won't name the bills. They're fairly long in terms of the act. I understand that the bill numbers do get recycled. But for the most part, I mean, what you're seeing on the screen here, again, with Bill 73, we actually incorporated those changes as part of your 2019 DC study. But what we're going to be working through with staff through this round is really Bills 108 all the way to 134 that you're seeing there. Now, in terms of the legislation, I'll just give you a little bit of an overview as to what each one basically revised from the Development Charge Act. In terms of Bill 108, this provided a number of timing of payment provisions that all municipalities must adhere to. So if you now have any development applications in the form of rental housing or institutional or even nonprofit housing, again, and I'll put an asterisk on the non-for-profit because that's changed now. But if you were to have an application with these three types of developments, the city would need to provide a timing of payment allowance where if you're a rental housing, you should be allowed to pay your DCs over 6 installments or over 5 years. Similarly with institutional developments. With respect for nonprofit housing, however, they would be allowed to pay their payments over 21 installments over 20 years. Again, that's been modified as of Bill 23, and I'll talk about that in a moment, but these were the timing of payment provisions that needed to be adhered to. Additionally, there was a DC rate freeze that must be provided, where if a development came in with a site plan or zoning bylaw application, their DCs would be frozen for up to a period of 2 years. Now, we do work with staff to determine, how that timing starts, but additionally, from Bill 108, you are then allowed to add any interest costs associated to these timing of payment provisions or the site plan and zoning bylaw, amendments and applications. So, if you did have any of these, prolonged payments, the city was able to apply interest to at least help with any opportunity costs, should you have to construct facilities and then, having to pay yourself back over time. In terms of Bill 138, that just simply removed provision of payments for commercial and industrial. They were allowed to pay installment payments, again, similar to rentals and institutionals, but that was removed as per Bill 138. Bill 197 provided a list of DC eligible services. So historically, what was included in the development charge would be DC items that would be ineligible. But now what Bill 197, it changed it to more of an inclusionary list. So it must adhere to any of these 20 items. If it does not fall within those 20 eligible categories, then it would be ineligible as a DC item. We also added the removal of the 10% mandatory deduction. So for those of you that may remember historically, if you had any soft services like parks and recreation or library, even though an item may be deemed as 100% growth related in terms of a capital recovery, at the end of the calculations, we had to remove 10%, to provide a little bit of contribution from the municipality. Well, that mandatory deduction has now been removed. So if you were to deem a project 100% growth, it would fall through the calculations as 100%, assuming that there was no benefit to the existing community. And then lastly, there have been the removal of the 10-year planning horizon. So now as we're going through your development charge calculations, we can utilize any time horizon for any services. Now, this is limited for transit. Transit is still limited to a 10-year planning horizon, but for all other services, we can use any planning horizon that's deemed appropriate. Bill 213, what that did was provide a mandatory exemption for universities, as well as any development on university lands. So that's something that we are monitoring with city staff, should that type of development come to pass. This is an exemption that needs to be adhered to. And then Bill 109 just provided for additional reporting requirements that the finance and treasury team has to provide to the province. And most of you may be familiar with Bill 23 and 134, and those provide for its own slides, actually. In terms of Bill 23, you may be familiar with this. It is the hot topic nowadays around the province, but it was originally put forth by the province on October 25th, 2022, and within a month and 4 days, so essentially by November 28th, it received royal assent and passed. And Bill 23 actually made a number of changes to about 9 pieces of legislation, and most notably with the Development Charge Act and Planning Act. Unfortunately, those changes, do provide a negative impact to the city's ability to collect for growth-related costs. And I'll show that in the next slides. There's a lot of words here, so I'll kind of take it in steps. This slide demonstrates the exemptions that now need to be adhered to. So in terms of, I'll start at the green because these are exemptions that are currently in force. For those municipalities that have inclusionary zoning bylaws, any affordable units within these zoning units, as part of the inclusionary zoning units, would now be exempt from paying development charges. Additionally, if you recall earlier how I mentioned nonprofit housing was able to pay their DCs over 21 installments, well, as of November 28, 2022, any installment payments or any nonprofit housing, past November 28th would no longer be eligible for paying development charges. So they are now exempt moving forward. And then lastly, the additional residential unit exemptions. This was actually already on the books historically. However, what Bill 23 had done was amend the definition so that way, historically, I'll give you an example. If you were a single detached home, you were allowed to add up to 2 apartments to your home as long as you don't more than double the size of the home. So if you're going from 3,000, you can go up to 6,000 square feet. Again, as long as you don't go over that, and you can add 2 additional apartments. In this case, the amendments are you can add 2 additional units. So they've removed that qualifier for the size. So that may be an issue, especially from a capacity standpoint, if you're doing any water or wastewater studies in conjunction with the region, to have to figure out, well, how do I now service these type of units if there's now these larger intensification items that now are exempt from development charges. So that's currently in force right now. The top part is the items that are currently not in force. So we would write this as part of your DC bylaw, but they're not in effect until the regulations and the bulletins from the province actually become released to the public. So the first one is the affordable units. There's the owned units and rental units. And this actually was revised by Bill 134 to add an income qualifier to it. So prior to Bill 134, the definition for affordable was it would be considered affordable if the unit or the rental was less than 80% of the average market rent or average market price of the home. Since that time, Bill 134 came in and said, well, we need to add an income qualifier to be able to recognize affordability in terms of the purchasers. So not only does the unit have to be less than the average purchase price, it also needs to have the acid test of looking at a cost of the home or cost of the rental, which is less than 30% of the 60th percentile of the household income or income of the rental unit. These bulletins have not been released yet. So we're not sure exactly, how the income qualifiers or income distribution will be allocated, if it'll be by the region, by the city, municipality, or will it be by even areas of a municipality? There may be some municipalities in Ontario that have multiple urban areas. So what is that average and how does that look like? So we don't have any of that information as of now. However, we will keep council and the city staff apprised of that once the province does release these, this regulation and how this is further defined. And then lastly, there's these attainable units. The way it's defined right now under the Act, it would exclude anything that would be considered affordable units or, whether they're owned or rental. It's still to be further defined by the regulation, but the only definition we have is it would be sold at an arm's length from the seller. So it's just a one-liner. There's no further qualifier to it. So unfortunately, we don't have any information at this time, but we will be waiting for the province to release any further information to be able to, let you know how this exemption would need to be administered. Now, in addition to these, the municipality will now need to enter into an agreement. So you shall enter. So it is mandatory that you enter into an agreement to ensure that these units remain affordable or attainable over a period of 25 years. There is no guidance as to what these agreements will look like, nor is there any discussion on, how these would be monitored over a period of 25 years. So unfortunately, right now, we are still waiting on, the province to release any further documentation with respect to this. But as of right now, it is an administrative item that, the city would need to track over this period of time. And if at any point in time over this 25-year period that it's no longer considered affordable or attainable, there needs to be a mechanism in place to now claw back that and, get a development charge paid. But we don't know whether it's the original owner that pays, the new owner, the original developer. That details are not available at this moment. Now, in terms of further revenue reductions, you now need to offer rental housing discounts. So if a development or a building, all of the units within it, a minimum of 4 units, are considered rentals, then they would be eligible for a rental housing discount on the development charge. And that ranges anywhere from 15 to 25%. So if it's a 1-bedroom rental unit, then it would get a 15% discount on your DCs. 20% would be on a 2-bedroom, and then a 25% discount for 3 bedrooms or larger. So again, depending on the number of depending on the number of bedrooms within the rental unit, you would get a larger discount. And then finally, there's further revenue reductions. So Bill 23 removed the ability for municipalities to collect for housing. This doesn't impact the city, but it did impact the region's DCs to be able to collect for housing, to be able to, create those type of homes. So those are no longer eligible for collection. And then there's also the capital cost amendments, where now, as of now, we cannot include any studies, as part of the DC calculations. So if you have any water master plans, transportation master plans, unfortunately, moving forward, as we pass your new bylaw, those type of studies will no longer be eligible for recovery. And then land as well. That has been stated that it would be ineligible from a DC recovery standpoint. However, the minister and the province have not identified which services for which land would be ineligible. So as of right now, until the minister and the province do prescribe which service is no longer eligible for land, we are still maintaining the inclusion of land until such time that we're told that we're not allowed to. The largest reduction probably in this whole scope of Bill 23 would have to do with the mandatory phase-in of the development charges. So what this means is, once we consider, your bylaw, let's assume you implement 100% of the calculated charge. Well, immediately day one from when that bylaw is in effect, the maximum amount that you can collect from the development community is 80%. So they have implemented this mandatory phase-in where year one, you can only collect 80% of the maximum calculated charge. And then you are allowed to increase by 5% thereafter until year 5, where you get to 100% of your calculation. Now, you are still allowed to index your charge every year. Your bylaw is set up in a way that, you are allowed to increase it annually based on inflationary factors from Stats Canada. But unfortunately, you do have to, follow this phase-in approach over the minimum of 5 years. And then there is this increased level of service that goes from 10 years to 15 years. For most municipalities, this may be a revenue reduction. For some, it actually may be an increase, depending on how you have provided in terms of your infrastructure relative to what type of growth trajectory you've had over that time horizon. And I'll show you that in a moment. Now, I would like to point out that the province did release a news report back on December 13, 2023, where they did say that they would be re-examining, the eligibility of studies as well as the mandatory phase-in. We're not sure what would come about from that discussions or through that review. But if there are any changes to the removal of studies or the mandatory phase-in, we would keep city staff and council apprised of those changes and make any changes to your development charge bylaw as required. And then lastly, the changes from Bill 23, we do have some additional administrative items that need to be adhered to. Historically, with that interest rates that you were allowed to implement with respect to those rate freezes and installment payments, you were able to indicate what interest rate you would like through an interest rate policy that the city would develop. Now there's a maximum interest rate that you have to adhere to, and it is the average prime rate of the large banks plus 1%. We do track this information, so anytime that finance staff require what the interest rates are at the time, we're more than happy to provide it, as an email. Every single year, the Treasury and the finance team do have to now allocate the DC revenues that are collected in the prior year, and they must allocate 60% of those funds for water, wastewater, and services related to highway, which is your roads and public works. Allocate does not mean spend. It just means that you're now earmarking that money for projects into the future. It doesn't have to be projects that are being undertaken this year or next year. It could be a project that's being considered 10 years from now if you'd like. But you need to allocate at least 60% of the monies into these three categories. And then lastly, your development charge bylaw is now allowed to be extended up to 10 years. But we have found that, for some municipalities, even though you're updating your bylaw every year in terms of inflation, what we found was construction costs and tender prices have actually exceeded inflation, especially not only in Ontario, but throughout Canada. So it would be worthwhile, for staff to monitor if there are any growing gaps for any construction or tender prices relative to how you're inflating your development charge calculations every year. So now just to provide you with a little bit of a development charge overview, as I mentioned, in order to service new development, you have to provide new infrastructure. And there's no magic to it. It's either you have development charges to help be able to assist in paying for a portion of those growth-related costs, or if you don't have DCs or have exemptions or discounts to development charges, then it falls on your rates, taxes, reserves, etc. So again, development charges are really a revenue tool to help assist in offsetting any required increases to the existing taxpayer or ratepayer. Again, I'll just provide you a little bit of a flavor on the methodology. The Development Charge Act, it has over 80 clauses, hundreds of subclauses, but we've really narrowed it down into, 6 steps. The main thing is, as we're going through a DC study, we need to identify the amount, type, and location of growth. So that's where we work with the planning staff, to determine, where are the growth locations within the city, what type of growth, is it residential, non-residential, and then from there we then demonstrate, okay, here's our now time horizon in order to achieve that growth. Step 2 and step 3, they're very synonymous, but a little bit different between the two. Number 2 then says, we will identify the servicing needs to accommodate the growth. So in this example, then, if you're growing by, 10, 20,000 people, then the servicing needs may be, well, I need to provide additional parks and recreation services. So then number 3 then says, okay, well, if I need to provide parks and recreation services, what capital projects do I need to meet that demand? So while number 2 says, I need servicing, number 3 then says, well, what form of servicing would you like? Is it a splash pad? Is it a playground? Is it an arena? This is the opportunity then to provide a capital need to be able to, support that increase in servicing requirements in number 2. Once we identify those capital costs, we then go through and make a number of deductions, grants, subsidies, and other contributions. If you are receiving monies from other sources, then those should be deducted from the DC calculations. We also look at a project-by-project basis if any of the projects have a benefit to the existing community. So we typically look at more capacity and adding to the overall infrastructure. But if there's any replacement or asset management type of works and life cycle, then those are typically not growth related, and those would be deducted from the calculations. We do these calculations on the service standards, and what that demonstrates is a 15-year time horizon, historical time horizon of what you provided in terms of a level of service. So that's a mathematical calculation that we undertake, and we cannot go above and beyond those calculations. So any amounts in excess of those numbers, those do not fall within the DC calculations as well. And then lastly, we have reserve funds. So from one bylaw to the other, as you're collecting DC monies from the development community, any funds that you may have within your reserve funds, those would be netted off of the calculations as well, because you already have the money in the bank. Now, the opposite is true as well, where if you have a development charge fund deficit, then that means you've been spending money in order to pay for infrastructure. So those deficits would be then put back as a recovery, so you can pay yourself back in order to make yourself whole. So once we get those calculations, we then divide those costs between residential and non-residential developments. And then as soon as we allocate those, by the two different categories, then we divide it by the growth in the respective in those respective forecasts. So just a little bit of, background. You'll see here on the screen, these are the list of 20 services that are now eligible from a DC standpoint. As I mentioned earlier, housing is no longer eligible, and that's why it's struck out. But for the purposes of your DC study, we are focusing on the ones in teal. So we are including water, wastewater, services related to highway, which is your roads and public works, fire protection, library, and parks and recreation. I'm not going to go into the, the nitty gritty of the calculations here, but essentially just to give you an overview, in order to undertake the DC calcs and identify what capital to include, we need to take a look at what you've provided over the last 15 years. And again, this is a purely mathematical calculation, but it does not apply to water, wastewater, stormwater, or transit. So what we do is we typically work with staff and identify what inventory have you provided over the last 15 years. And we would then note it as part of these service standard sheets. So the example you have in front of you is your public works facilities. So what we have to itemize is then, here's the listing of facilities that you have within the city over the last 15 years. And then we identify the square footage associated with it. And as you can see in this example, historically you had about 26,500 square feet, but then you got rid of a Parks barn. So then, you've now dropped to 22,520. So we take this information and then we have to put in a replacement cost. And that replacement cost is to reflect market value if you had to construct these facilities as of today. So what you're seeing on the right-hand side then is, well, for example, your office space within City Hall, that may translate to about $600 per square foot if you had to replace it today. Similarly, with your works barn, it's probably $400 a square foot. So we take that number and then we escalate it further based on, let's say, a value of land with site works. So that 4 and 6 is just pure construction costs. We then work with staff to then include land. Facilities aren't good unless you have land that it sits on. So we then demonstrate a value allocated to the acres of land that's associated with these facilities. We then do another adjustment with respect to site works, landscaping, furniture, fixtures, equipment, etc. So we then calculate an all-in cost to build these facilities. So with that being said, we take this information, multiply it by the square footage, and then we get a replacement cost. So again, we are still working with staff, but for the purposes of this example, what we're saying is to rebuild all of your public works facilities, it's roughly under $34 million. But we have to do this calculation every single year, and then we divide it by the population. So this mathematical equation then just says, well, the per capita that the city has invested in, roughly on average, represents $1,747. Again, it started at $1,900, but since you lost some facility space but have increased in population, that per capita standard has decreased. But from the DC standpoint, we average it out. So we then take that $1,700 and we multiply it by your forecast population. Now, in this example, again, this is an example because we are still working with staff, but we had assumed that you would grow by roughly 9,700 people. So we then take that 1,700 multiplied by the 9,700 people, and that gives us a service standard of just under $17 million. So that's our magic number that we cannot exceed if we are to build any new facilities. In terms of the capital costs, we are allowed to include a number of capital items as long as it fits within those categories that I had mentioned earlier. And we can include, as of right now, land, as I mentioned earlier. We can improve land, we can acquire, lease, construct, improve buildings, facilities, and structures. We can purchase equipment and rolling stock, such as your fleet. If you have any lease components, let's assume that you lease out, snow removal. Well, we can include capital components of those leases if that was the case. We can include circulation materials for libraries, as well as interest costs with respect to any financing costs with respect to debt payments on these facilities or vehicles and equipment. Again, as I mentioned, we have to reduce the cost by any grant subsidies and other contributions. And we may include costs that may be incurred by the city or incurred by, let's say, the region, but then, you may have a capital component that you must pay back to them, or even any other municipalities that you may be adjacent to. As I mentioned, in terms of capital, it's not a full cost recovery, so we cannot pay for parkland acquisition. You do have the ability under the Planning Act to generate parkland. Vehicles and equipment must meet the useful life of 7 years or longer. Any computer equipment that's not integral to the delivery of the service, that's also ineligible. So that would be computer equipment for staff, within the administration or finance, that would not be part of the DC study. I mentioned the studies and then the possible removal of land. So these are now limitations on the capital program. In terms of an example, just to provide you with a little bit of an illustrative, findings here. As you can see, sticking with the public works, this was an example from your previous DC study. We would work with staff to then identify what do we need over the next forecast period, in this example to 2051. So we would need an expansion to your public works facility, maybe an additional salt sand dome, a number of vehicles and equipment as well. And as you can see, as we go through, we have the capital cost estimate, and then we make a number of deductions, benefit to existing, grants, subsidies, et cetera. And then we get a total cost, which again, we separate between residential and non-residential development. Again, this will all be documented as part of the DC study, and I'll be able to go through some of these assumptions again through the public meeting process. So in summary, we take the costs of infrastructure to accommodate that new growth, and we divide it by residential and non-residential development. And typically on the residential side, those calculations do end up being a cost per unit. So it may be a cost per single detached, semi-detached unit, townhouse, apartments. On the non-residential side, it's typically on a cost per square foot. And we can, further, slice and dice it into other categories such as commercial, institutional, or even industrial. In addition, I won't touch on this too long, but in addition to the development charges, we also have something called the local service policy. So this is an appendix to our background study that we do work with city staff. And this just outlines what is required from a developer that they must contribute as part of their localized subdivision versus what we will be including as part of the development charges. So it's really drawing the line in the sand as to what we will be including from a DC standpoint versus what's the expectation from them, that they should be constructing on their behalf. Again, this is more of an illustrative approach to where typically that line would be drawn. As you can see from a water and wastewater perspective, really your large trunk sewers, large water mains, that would be more on the DC side. But then if there's anything more localized, then that's something that really the developer should be constructing on their behalf, which you will then assume as you assume a subdivision. Now, in terms of DC exemptions, I already touched upon the ones that were added from Bill 23. But as I mentioned, DCs are not full cost recovery. There's a number of exemptions and reductions that you must adhere to. For example, if the region were to build a facility, then you cannot charge them a development charge. Likewise, if you were to build, you don't pay a regional DC. And then school boards, they're under the province. So again, they don't pay a development charge as well. Industrial building expansions. So if you are in an industrial building, you should be allowed to expand up to 50% of your existing footprint and not have to pay a DC. Now, we do write a clause in your bylaw so that this doesn't get abused. So it is a one-time exemption. So we don't want someone coming in with a 100,000 square foot facility, going up to 150, and then coming back a year or two later, going up to 225 and so on and not pay a DC. So there is that one-time exemption that's provided. I already talked about all of these other exemptions, so not going to go through them again. But there are discretionary exemptions that council can elect to provide. You may reduce the DC in whole or in part. Again, we calculate a maximum amount. You can impose anywhere from 0 to 100% of that calculation. And you can also change the quantum of the charge for, a type or a class. So maybe you don't want to charge places of worship, or you may have a differentiated charge for industrial. So that's something that, you as a council are allowed to do. You may phase in the charge over time. However, Bill 23 has mandatorily enforced that for you. But if you want to do something even further, you are allowed to do that. And then there's redevelopment credits. So if there are any credits, if I have a home that burnt down, I should be allowed a period of time, typically 5 years, to be able to rebuild my home and not pay a development charge. And then similarly, if I had 3 single detached homes, I get it rezoned, and I would like to build a industrial or a commercial plaza, then I should get a DC credit for those 3 homes, and then only pay the difference between the payable on the commercial less those 3 homes that were already on that lot. The City of Thorold's exemptions right now, you do provide for public hospitals, places of worship, agricultural uses, colleges, temporary buildings, affordable housing, the downtown area as designated within your bylaw, and then brownfields as designated in your bylaw. So we are working with staff, but as of right now, we are maintaining these exemptions, unless, of course, council or staff give us direction to change it otherwise. Lastly, your current rates right now in effect as of the beginning of this year, you do have your citywide rates of about $24,700 for a single detached home. And as you can see, as the home size, gets smaller, the corresponding charge also, gets reduced. So for a multiple, which is more your townhomes, that's about $16,300. Bedrooms, again, the 2 bedrooms and larger, about just under $16,000. Under $9,800 for the small bedroom apartments. And then we have your special care dwellings, which is more so your, those institutional units, like a Chartwell, where it's people that reside, but it's not a private home. So they're typically charged on a per unit basis, roughly about $8,800. And then you have your non-residential charges as well with commercial and industrial. Keep in mind, you also have a couple of area specific charges. So in the area of Rolling Meadows, we do have additional wastewater infrastructure that we're trying to recover for. So they would pay an additional $284 for a residential single detached home on top of the citywide charge. And then all the corresponding charges as well would be in addition to the citywide. As well, if you are developing within the Brock Business Park, we do have wastewater infrastructure that is very isolated to that area. So we do have an additional charge as well, ranging from $1,700 for a single detached down to just over $600 for a special care, special dwelling unit. And then your non-residential charge is an additional 79 cents. In terms of a survey where you land between the rest of your peers within Niagara, as you can see right now, you're currently in the middle there, where the arrow is in the currents. And then directly to the left of that as well, I apologize, the arrow didn't show up on the screen, but there's that Rolling Meadows charge. What you're seeing on the screen here is the upper tier is the orange at the bottom. So that's the region of Niagara's development charge. The lower tier, which is again yourselves or Fort Erie, Lincoln, Grimsby, etc., that would be in the dark blue. And then that little sliver of green that you're seeing on top of everything, I'm not sure if you're able to see it in front of your screens, but that would be with respect to the education development charges. So the school boards also provide a DC. And I would like to note, of all of the municipalities that are updating, everyone with that star at the bottom, these are all bylaws and municipalities that are currently undertaking a DC process. So chances are where they're landing on this survey of comparators, it will be different, come a month or two once they pass their bylaws. From a commercial standpoint, again, you're middle of the pack, leading from left to right. I mean, we have Lincoln right now. They've gone through their public process. They're just awaiting their they're just awaiting their bylaw passage. We also have Welland, Pelham, yourselves, and then everyone else, as you can see here. And then from an industrial standpoint, as you can see, you're, really to the right of the middle. And the ones really around you are more of the Grimsby and St. Catharines. But as you can see, going left to right, again, it's, Pelham, Lincoln, Niagara-on-the-Lake, Port Colborne, etc. So as I mentioned, the timelines, I mean, it is a very tight timeline. We are working with staff to finalize the growth forecast, the capital items. We will be planning on releasing the background study by the end of this month. And then at which point we will be engaging with the development community. As I mentioned, we are looking at that public meeting date more so in May 7th now instead of April 16th. So that way that gives enough time for the public to be able to provide feedback to the city. And then we are looking to consider your bylaw and be back to council on May 28th. 2024, I apologize, that's a typo there. And that's it, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Byron, we're going to open the floor up for questions from council. Go ahead, Councillor D'Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Tan. Excellent presentation. I believe this is the 6th one I've gone through in terms of DC charges bylaw development. And I agree 100% with the comment that you said that we need development to pay for growth-related items. It shouldn't go on the backs of the taxpayer. Thorold's growing immensely, and there's a lot of stuff happening here. There's a lot of needs that we have, and I think they should be attributed to the growth because that's what's forcing them. With that being said, I do have some questions for you that you might be able to help me out with. In terms of affordable housing, if the city takes on a project or works towards getting affordable housing in our community because it's not being fully done by the region or by the province or even by the federal government in terms of getting affordable housing into our community, we're now bearing some cost. Is that something we could add to our DC bylaw because now we have costs associated with that?
Through the mayor, it would depend on the type of capital that you're trying to include. As I mentioned, you can't include housing as a DC eligible service. But if you have to, again, as a result of growth, have to, widen the roads or increase your water mains, then those type of items, it would be examined on a global scale. So that would be something that to be considered as part of the DC study.
Okay, how about if the municipality donates land towards a project? Is that something they can include in the DC study?
And sorry, I guess through the mayor, I guess in terms of that question with donate land, does that mean that you're donating it to a non-for-profit or this affordable housing initiative?
That is correct.
Just trying to understand the question.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to work with to try to get more affordable housing into our community, working with potential developers that are nonprofit or charities that want to do this. But there'll be a cost associated with that from our community. Can that cost be included in the DC study?
No, great question. Through the mayor, unfortunately, if you're donating land or providing it to another party, that's not something that's really, eligible for collections or recoveries under the development charges. The goal of the development charges is really to assist the city to be able to enable your infrastructure to support the growth. So by giving it to a private entity or a third party, then you are no longer providing that service. I know maybe you are indirectly, but from a development charge standpoint, it's not your asset or it's not something that you are providing directly anymore. You're just assisting another community or another entity to be able to assist you in your goals.
Okay, that answers it. Thank you. Next one is, I know you spoke a little bit about transit costs here. I know the upper tier municipality is responsible for transit here, the Niagara region. But again, we haven't had a presentation from the Transit Association yet, so I don't know if facts are correct or if I'm just sort of guessing right now. But I was under the impression that any additional routes that the city of Thorold would want based on growth-related items, would have a cost associated with the municipality would have to charge for that. Is that an area we could put into our DC charges because it's outside of the transit that we're paying additional costs for that are strictly growth-related? And use the example you talked about Rolling Meadows, like there's no transit running through there right now. There is some demand for it. There is people calling for it. So is that something we can add in, even though we're not directly responsible, but we will be paying for that transit service going through if my information's correct? I'll find out for sure once we have a presentation.
Yeah, good question. Through the mayor, right now, it is it would be something that we would have to further examine and have to research, because as of right now, the way you are set up with the region is now responsible for all transit within Niagara. They are the ones that are collecting under the development charges. And my understanding, again, I'd have to do some further analysis on this, is that any cost that would be on the local municipalities would be more on the operating side. Now, if there is something here that, may be a capital component, it may be something that, the region should be exploring as, adding back to their development charges, or at least, if you're adding routes, let's say the Rolling Meadows, is that something now to work with them, considering that they are the transit body that would be administering that service? But as of right now, again, I would have to take a look to see, how those agreements are written and, what you could potentially include. But my understanding is it's the region that's administering all of the transit within the region.
Okay, well, if you can please look at that as you go through this process, that would be greatly appreciated. Again, anything that we can put on to the region that this local city of taxpayers don't have to pay for because it's not our service that it's being provided for. So that's good. The other question I had is, you talked about rental housing discounts. Specifically here in the city of Thorold, we have a rental housing bylaw that you have to be licensed to have rental properties. There's some rules on that. Now, is that something they would have to be part of to get an exemption? Is that have to be licensed properties?
Through the mayor, my understanding right now with respect to the rental housing discount, it has to be a purpose-built rental where the whole the whole building, every single unit has to be for rental, and it has to be a minimum of 4 units within the building. So there was no other qualifier or criteria that was attached to the Development Charge Act. But so as of right now, unless it meets that criteria of, being a building with a minimum of 4 rental units, all of which are designated for rentals, that's the only qualifier to be able to receive those discounts.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarity on that. The other thing that I just wanted to bring up, because I know council hasn't finalized its strategic plan, so we're still moving forward and trying to get our plan for this council moving forward. But some of the items, and I just want to make sure they're covered because you're working on the background study, and I know you're working with staff, but I just want to make sure from a council perspective you're capturing this, because we're talking about putting a soccer turf field in. We're talking about baseball upgrades. There's parks where they need splash pad and equipment. We have traffic calming measures, road improvements, and I talked about transit here. Like what we're finding here at council is we're doing small minor improvements to, and I'll give you an example. You can use baseball. We because of the growth of our population, plus the growth of what's happening in baseball, we've developed another park, but because that park is being done in stages, we just keep dropping a little bit of money towards it and not doing it properly in a one-time shot. Is this something, even though that park is already there, but it needs upgrades to make it a real baseball diamond, or again, using soccer as another example of upgrading a turf field because of the demand that's going on? Are these items that we can easily put into the DC study?
Through the mayor, that is exactly what we're doing right now with staff. We are identifying any infrastructure, and in your Parks and Rec example, if there's something that's requiring as an upgrade or a new, baseball diamond or whatever the case may be. If those are identified, then we are putting it within the development charge study. But we are still having that conversation as to, is it an upgrade in terms of, it's a new complement, or is it an upgrade in terms of, accessibility or if it's just, a deficiency. So these are the discussions that we are having in order to demonstrate and identify whether an item is growth related or if there's a component that should be a deduction because it's a benefit to the existing community. But we are having those conversations with city staff.
Okay, excellent. Well, I hope the conversations go into that there are additions, because just because the park was there, it was never fully funded in the first place. So it had a lot of deficiencies, but they were because they were growth-related items. So I definitely want to see a lot of that coming forward in the study. Hopefully it captures a lot so that we can move forward in getting some of these projects done with growth-related dollars, because it is the growth that's causing these issues in terms of the lack of facilities enough to cover the registration that's happening. So I'm glad to hear that. I think you've covered most of it. I do have a few other questions, but I'll let some of the other councillors ask some questions. But I really appreciate what you've done here, because again, I'm one that supports growth paying for growth, so the taxpayers' bill doesn't keep going up every year, because growth is causing a lot of our problems here in terms of some of the infrastructure. Thank you.
Councillor O'Hare.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Tan, thank you very much for your presentation. I just have a couple of short questions. I'm going to return to the DC's rental housing discount, the 15 to 25%. Is that solely based on per unit? Does it have no recognition with how many square feet an apartment may have?
Through the mayor, yes, the Development Charge Act does not provide a size. The only qualifier is it's a building with a minimum of 4 units, all of which are designated for rental.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The second question is, you spoke about the definitions for attainable and affordable still not being made clear. Obviously, we're going to need those, are we not, to complete our DC studies and bylaw?
So through the mayor, how we put in within the DC bylaw is you'll have a section of exemptions that will come into effect, as per the regulations. So while they are stated there, we'll make reference to affordable and attainable housing. It will refer back to the act. So until the act becomes clarified, those exemptions just aren't activated until the regulations are released.
Okay, thank you. Any idea when they might be, or is that an unknown quantity?
Through the mayor, I have no idea when they're going to release.
Yeah, that's
these
what
items.
I thought. Thank you so much. And last question is on page 14 of your methodology, under deducting certain aspects, you talked about the DC reserve funds. So my question is, if we have DC reserve funds already allocated to something, that I assume would not be included. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct. So if you already have commitments on projects that are not part of the capital program, then obviously those funds are now earmarked for those capital items that are currently underway. This would just be the remaining of the reserve funds that are unallocated that are still within your reserves, that would be appropriately allocated towards the whole capital program that we're generating with staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Tan. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to go back to this rental housing one. It's caught my attention here. For rental housing, and I believe it said the rental unit would have 4 bedrooms, or is it 4 distinct units?
Through the mayor's 4 units. So the building itself must have a minimum of 4 units, and the discount is based on the number of bedrooms within those units.
Okay, all right. So it couldn't be a single-family house with multiple bedrooms rented out?
No, the way the act is worded, it'd have to be units within a building and a minimum of 4 rental units within a building.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. And my final question, and I agree growth needs to pay for growth, and in the past year and a half, this is a general question, there's been a lot of talk about the removal of development charges and the provincial government making municipalities whole. Can you explain that statement and why it was said and how it relates to our development charge bylaw?
Yeah, through the mayor, hopefully I could explain this properly. So the statement was any reductions that would come out of Bill 23. What the province was essentially saying was if you were to meet your planning targets, and there were a number of municipalities that had targets that they must adhere to. And one of the things that came out of the province was if you demonstrate that you can meet or at least work towards those targets, then they would try to make you whole with the loss of revenues. And there have been a number of municipalities, that have received some funding, from the province that demonstrate that they have achieved, their unit increases. Now, at the same time, we're not sure whether those payments are equal to the actual revenues lost. We haven't done, that type of assessment yet, or that type of a back of the napkin envelope as to, what those calculations look like in terms of what was the actual revenue loss from Bill 23 relative to the payments that they were receiving from the province. But that was the intent was, again, to provide some type of funding if you were demonstrating you were meeting those targets. And again, because of the loss of revenues from Bill 23.
If I can reiterate on that, Byron, those targets were only given to municipalities 50,000 and over, and there's supposed to be a pot of money that's going to be put aside for under 50,000, and we're waiting to hear in this budget, and hopefully there'll be a program that we can apply to. But the existing program is only for municipalities 50,000 and over. So that's where the problem lies for municipalities our size.
Yep, that's correct, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. There was a list of municipalities there, and as you mentioned, they were the larger ones.
So just to follow up on that, Mr. Tan, so how would we be at a loss of revenue? I don't understand that. If you can explain it.
Yeah, so through the mayor, the way the Bill 23 is, as you can see, there's a number of exemptions, discounts, that you have to now adhere to. So every time someone pulls a building permit, let's assume that they're rental, for example, then if they're demonstrating that they have a 3-bedroom rental, then you can only collect 75% of your development charge. But the way the development charge are calculated is, we have to collect X amount of money to be able to pay for the infrastructure that we've included in the DC calcs. So in order to still pay for the infrastructure, you now need to make those development charge reserves whole in order to, once that capital program actually becomes activated and constructed, you now have the complete monies to be able to pay for that piece of infrastructure. And since you're not getting 100% of the DCs payable at the time of building permit, you must now supplement that with taxation or, wastewater rates.
Thank you, sir. That's the best explanation I've had in the last year and a half. I appreciate it.
Is that it, Councillor Longo? That's it. Anyone else have any questions? Okay. Seeing none, Byron, thank you for the presentation, and we look forward to you being back at council the next time before to bring us the more fulsome report.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Now, up next, we have Thorold Community Activities Group update, and I'll call on Megan Gilchrist, Executive Director of the TCAG, respecting the update. Right at that podium there, Megan, please. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to the Mayor and the Council for having us here today on behalf of the TCAG Board of Directors. We're very appreciative of the opportunity to come speak with you. Thank you. I tend to be loud anyways. So as many of you are familiar, the TCAG has been in Thorold for many decades now. Some of you have family ties that actually go back a few decades as well. So we were founded by a group of volunteers in 1981 who believed that Thorold should have its own recreation program. We were incorporated on January 13th, 1982, and the organization has grown from an organization that was just in a little trailer in the Club Capri parking lot through a series of different offices to our present location on Richmond Street. Our mission, as it stands right now, is to provide a welcoming place for the community to interact, learn, and grow through healthy activities. Our vision is that every community member has a safe place to play, engage, and be inspired. Next slide, please. And these were updated in the end of 2022 into 2023 through a series of consultations and strategic planning with our stakeholders, our families, our youth members, community members, and our community partners. If you could flip to the next one, that would be great. We have currently 5 strategic focus areas that we are working through between 2023 and 2026. You can see up there, our main focus is on community and community relations, programming, facilities, resources, and accessibility and inclusion. We currently have, on the next slide, you'll see our staff. We have 27 permanent staff, 30 seasonal camp staff who are majority local students who either live in Thorold and go away to school, or they come to Thorold for school at Brock. We have 46 board, event, and market volunteers. That's growing rapidly within the past few months. So what do we do here at the TCAG? If you'd like to flip on to the next slide there. We have a number of programs that have been running for many years, and we also have a number of programs that are new since COVID and the reopening, I guess. So on the next slide, you'll see some of our stats. I'd like to point out that in 2023, we had 10,421 member visits. That is the most that we have had ever. So we have, we feel, recovered from the closures during COVID, and we are actively growing. 1,042 youth campers between our March, summer, and winter break camps. 256 adult volleyball league participants. We have currently 83 childcare spaces with a huge wait list. Approximately 500 community group participants who have used the TCAG in 2023 for meetings. These would be organizations that don't necessarily have their own space, but they use our facility. And approximately 245 users of the pop-up produce community market, which is in partnership with the United Way, and that was between August and December. On our next slide, we have an overview of some of our new programs that we ran in 2023. We, through a Grow for Good grant, were able to establish a community garden. It was really sort of a learning curve for us. It was our first stab at gardening. We learned a lot and hope to expand that this year. We were the recipient of several grants that allowed us to refresh our recreation programming and our recreation equipment, including the new bouldering wall for kids. We were able to run a walking club for parents and caregivers that was at no cost to anyone who wanted to attend. We initiated an LIT program, Leaders in Training. We had 6 participants this year, which will hopefully double this coming summer. And we also had a highly successful community partnership between the Thorold Age Friendly Committee, the Thorold Senior Center, the library, the Horticultural Society, and the TCAG, which provided a year of programming for older adults in Thorold. On the next slide, you can just see some of the grants that we were a recipient of in the past year. We brought in approximately $650,000 in grants. We are hoping that that will increase slightly in 2024. And on the next slide, you can just see some of our other community partnerships that we had. So on to the next slide, exciting things that are happening at the TCAG, and the main reason I get here today. I did want to point out that we are about to break ground on the volleyball courts. That will be happening the first week of April. So the Beach Volleyball League and the Summer Skills Youth Program will be starting this summer. We're very excited about that. We will be expanding our community garden program and volunteer program, and we have added a little free pantry, which is just outside our doors. It is accessible 24/7 and provides meal kits as well as snack foods for anyone in the community who is in need. We are adding a level 3-4 LIT program to our current first and second year leader in training program, which should effectively double our young people who are being engaged. That is a current gap in programming in Thorold. And we are currently working with our partners on the New Horizons project to develop a second stage grant application for New Horizons to continue to serve Thorold's older adult population. So our big event for 2024 and 2025 is the expansion of childcare to the Allenburg site. This is very exciting for us. The region has identified the Thorold South Allenburg Port Robinson corridor as being what's known as a childcare desert, which means that there is not enough childcare spaces to accommodate the number of people who need it. So this expansion at the Allenburg Community Center will allow us to effectively double our CWELC eligible positions. So it will add 13 toddler, 24 preschooler, and 15 JK-SK spots to our eligible childcare space. And we hope that as those children age up, we will also be adding in school age programming for before and after school care as well. So I think the only other thing that we wanted to add is that we are hoping that with the expansion of Allenburg, we will be able to also offer some extended recreation programming. So working with their Board of Management and the city staff to perhaps offer things such as a community garden, expanded summer camp programming, so perhaps a week or two at Allenburg and Port Robinson, and any other recreation services that council and city staff see fit. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Megan, for your presentation, and I'll open the floors up for questions. Go ahead, Councillor Thorold.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make a comment. Thank you, Megan. What a wonderful organization. My kids love it. It's a great part of our community, and thank you again. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Dedevitis.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say thank you, Megan. Great presentation. For the new spot in Allenburg, is there still availabilities for the daycare for kids?
There will be. The way that it works in Niagara Region is that there's something called the One List, which you have to sign up for. So parents will select, I believe it's up to 15 spots or locations that they wish to have their child placed on the wait list for. And then as spots open up in those childcare centers, they pull from that list.
Okay.
So we will have space. The availability of those spots will go to our current Families First. So they will have the opportunity to select the Allenburg site if that is closer for them or more convenient. After that, it will open up to the general public that are on the One List.
Oh, it's exciting news. And if people in Thorold want to volunteer, how do they do that?
They can just give us a call. We also have a volunteer form on our website, so thoroldgroup.org. We're particularly interested in garden volunteers. So if anyone has a green thumb, we would love your help and advice.
Oh, Councillor O'Hara. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Megan. Megan, thanks for coming in. Just such a success story. Wonderful what you do out there, and so many great programs. The numbers are also astounding. 10,000 visits last year and 650,000 in grants. That's really great. You mentioned the childcare wait list. Currently you have 83 spots. Is that something that you might be able to expand? Do you have the room? Is this something you're thinking of?
We do not have any more room at our current facility at 131 Richmond. We have hit the maximum allowable square footage per child. So because we're sort of landlocked, our only opportunity to expand is to go to other locations.
Okay, maybe our development charges could pay for another building. All right, thank you very much, Megan.
Councillor Sentence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a comment. Megan, great job. My last week on the board, I believe. But great grant writer, great addition to the family over there, and looking forward to this Allenburg. It's really necessary. So great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment as well, Megan. Always close to my heart, the TCAG and all the years of volunteer work and a representative of the board. I just want to say you do such great work there, and all the grant money that you've brought in, and this new expansion with the daycare out in Allenburg is just wonderful that we're finally expanding out in that area. I just think that's wonderful. And just to you and your team, kudos on such a wonderful job that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions for Megan? Go ahead, Councillor DeAngelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to congratulate you, Megan, for the work you do. positive comments. One of the things I truly see here is your partnerships that you've developed. That's so critical in being successful, and also presenting here at Thorold. A lot of people don't know the Thorold Community Activities Group exists and what services it offers. So I'm glad you came here and presented. And again, just working, I'm looking forward to supporting the report later this evening regarding the Allenburg Community Center. Again, another great partnership supporting the needs of what Thorold really wants. And I will say, if you're looking for a volunteer for gardening, I think I have a bit of a green thumb with zucchini at least. So if you need some help with that, I'm more than willing to help out with that. I think a community garden's excellent. I actually talked to the fire chief about that just last council meeting, about some opportunities of maybe expanding that throughout municipal properties. So if that's something that can be done, I'd love to talk to you about that, because I think it brings people back to, I don't want to say back to earth, but back to the reality of, if you can grow some of your own food, it helps with your costs, and it also helps with getting good quality food as opposed to trucking it in from all over the world. So love to help with that in the future.
Wonderful, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Megan, thank you so much for your presentation, and we'll put the report on the floor next. So
Thank you,
so
Mr. Mayor.
in accordance with our procedural bylaw, council will now deal with the item related to the presentation, PWCS 30-2024, daycare proposal at Allenburg Community Center, Thorold Community Activities Group. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the report? Councillor DeRose and Councillor D'Angelo. The report's on the floor, if you got it up on the screen now. And if there's any questions, Jeff Holman's here and can answer questions. Are there any questions regarding the report? Seeing none, then, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Delegations. Report DS 7-2024 respecting bylaw enforcement property cleanup, 40 River Street. I'll call on Wayne Michael, resident, for his delegation respecting bylaw enforcement cleanup at 40 River Street. Mr. Michael, are you here?
I think Carmen wants to talk about it later. Carmen wants, he's got something he's gonna put on the floor.
Welcome, Mr. Michael. State your name and address, please.
Thank you. My name's Wayne Michael. I live at 40 River Street, Port Robinson.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm here to speak about what's been going on in my property with bylaw and problems. As a property owner, and this is in response to a letter dated February 6, 2024. As a property owner, I do not agree with the actions taken by the Bylaw Enforcement Division to enforce the Clear Yards bylaw. There is sufficient evidence to suggest wrongdoings, errors made in the actions taken by them. False statement. And my camper was removed. It was listed as an inoperable camper filled with scrap metal parked on organic matter. See work order. Inoperative camper means such items that are unable to operate as a result of being dismantled, broken, or incomplete, decayed, or dilapidated, and in particular includes vehicles that are unlicensed, which would require a license under the HTA, with missing parts, wheels, tires, engine, drivetrain, or body components or windows. This camper was licensed. Scrap metal inside, photos show inside no scrap metal, and organic matter, photos show stone under trailer. bylaw officer failed to take pictures of license plate, which is very important. November 14th, after being briefed by, and this is inside the report, after being, quote, after being briefed by the lead officer, Danny Lukovic, another bylaw enforcement officer attended my property on November 14th, 2022 to supervise. The bylaw officer, if he was briefed, what happened was I had removal of property under tarps, removal of property in storage, container that was a storage unit was supposed to be cut up, and it wasn't cut up till November 15th. Removal of property in 2 buildings and removal of 2 buildings. Now, buildings or buildings on a property are not included, defined in this bylaw under refuse. Waste things exposed to the elements on a property due to the exposure of weather. Cut and stacked firewood was removed. I have photos. Tin sheet, fence, panels, and boards removed. Photos. And construction material directly related to the construction works on the property on which construction is actively proceeding. The photos. Removal of tarps exposed. A mold which was for making giant statues. It's made out of fiberglass. And bicycles and things to heavy intensity drizzle when they were protected. I have photos of that. This is why I don't agree with the actions not taken by City of Thorold to enforce the Clean Yards Bylaw, but by the bylaw enforcement. There is sufficient evidence to suggest wrongdoings or errors. Video of November 14th given to Jason Simpson shows errors in wrongdoings. Also in this report, it said I had conversations with the bylaw. No conversations took place. I did not express concerns of value of scrap. Staying at my son's in Cook's Mills because I had arterial bypass surgery, and because of my weakened immune system, I came down with shingles on my right leg below the knee. Still suffering from shingles, right leg, no walking without cane. Became aware of work order November 4th, 2022, registered letter not served, city postmarked October 31st, November 5th, 2022, rectified date, gave me 1 day. There was no communication between me and the lead officer, Danny, from November 4th till November 11th. Tried calling him, went to City Hall, no call back, nothing. So I didn't speak to him till the 11th. Also, I have here the invoice from Urge to Purge, and I questioned that right from the start. Here, you can't see the photos, but I have photos showing the backyard location of a storage container 10 by 20 and a shed 10 by 10. The shed locations also on A5. Everything in this backyard was in a fenced area, not visible to the public. Cost to clean up was $23,910.50. A day, that works out to $7,970.70 a day. Or on an 8-hour day, which they didn't work, $996.70. Okay, so this is what I question. This from Urge to Purge. I had the first invoice I got was for the amount of $23,910.50. Now, this was the first invoice I received. I requested an itemized invoice, which came to me on February 21st. It has some more things on it, but it doesn't make any, it just is like a smoke screen. I gave a copy of this to the bylaw for a further breakdown of costs, and I had no reply. Now, I figured out here, November 11th, they took 26 cubic yards, so they say. A 40 cubic yard can, which is that size, okay, that size. On site, 15 cubic yards, which was 3 loads, which is another 45 cubic yards of waste, totaled out at 111 cubic yards for the 11th. The 14th, another 40 cubic yard, another 40 cubic yard with 2 loads on that one, and on site 15 cubic yards times 4 loads, which equals 60 cubic yards or 180 cubic yards of material. On site November 15th, 15 cubic yard dumpsters, 4 loads, which equals 60. In total, that came to, they said, 190 cubic yards of material. I added all these up, if you do, 160, 160, and it comes to 351 cubic yards they have listed on here using these cans. Now, there was not that many. That's 161 cubic yards over billing, or 4 more cubic yard containers, which at $1,535 comes out to $6,140, or 4 more 40 containers. Machine operator requirement was, I was billed for 3 days at $695 a day at $2,085. When they had a 15, I was charged for a 15 cubic, machine operator requirement for 3 days. They billed me with a 15 cubic yard dumpster, yet on site, November 11th, they took 3 loads of cubic yards, 4 loads at 15, and 4 more at 15.
I'm gonna ask you to wrap up. You're over 10 minutes, but I'll let
I'm
you.
over?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'll let you wrap up. I'll give you another 30 seconds.
Another 10?
No, I can't give you another
What
10.
did you say? I have problem.
You got
30
another 30
seconds.
to wrap up. You're
Well-
over 10, but I'll give you another 30 seconds to recap. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to make the aware of what's going on, and then this letter that I got on the 6th, I wanted to go through, but if I haven't got time, I haven't got time.
And we're gonna open the floor, though, for questions from council that they can, so stay at the podium because there may be some questions from the floor for you, okay?
Your worship, I have
Okay, just stay there because there might be some questions for you.
Oh, okay, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah,
No.
so I'll open the floor for questions. Go ahead, Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Wayne, for coming. Wayne, were you present when a lot of this was happening?
Pardon me?
Were you present when a lot of this was happening?
On Remembrance Day, I was there when they came back. The bylaw officer, Danny, he came to my place on November 10th and took the trailer. Okay, they took it right off the property with the plate on it. No, there was no scrap. I have pictures. I have them in my truck. There was stone underneath. And when I tried to report all that, nobody come to check. Actually, on Remembrance Day, I was there. It was heavy drizzle that day. They showed up. All they had left to do was to take the storage container, which had been on my property. It was a trailer that was a reefer unit used to haul frozen stuff from fairs and carnivals, okay? And it was on my property. I owned it for 18 years. It was there when I bought the property. The bylaw department, Jason and Danny were fully aware that it was there for 5 years. They had come there on a business and knew it was there. Then all of a sudden, one day, it had to go, okay? Now, when they came that day, I asked them what they were doing because of the heavy rain, and there was some doing whatever, and I told them that I was very unhappy with the fact that they came on Remembrance Day, because I had relatives in First War, Second World War, my uncle was in the Korean War, okay? To me, it was like a violation of what they were doing. They didn't even go and take apart that which they were gonna cut up, that trailer. They removed tarp from mold. If you come down Highway 20 in that building over the 406, that tall guy, that mold was on my property to make them. And they took it, pulled the tarps off and took it, okay? Now, the second day, the 14th, when they came, all they had left was that same not sea container, but trailer. And what they did was they pulled apart one building I have pictures and all that of that, pulled the tarp off of it, took everything out of it which was not exposed to the elements, then tore that down, then went over behind my house and tore another building down, and from there. This is all on videotape. Okay, my daughter videotaped that whole event on the 14th. You can hear the one bylaw guy saying, well, I don't know what the bylaw officer and the homeowner agreed to. We agreed to nothing. I definitely didn't agree to tear all that down. So if you wanted to actually, so I wasn't present, but I'd seen all that take place on the tape.
Yeah, I did see some of the video, thank you. Now, the C-can, what was the reasoning for the C-can being removed?
No, it wasn't a C-can. I have a picture of what it was. It was, like I said, it'd been on the property when I bought it for 18 years. I've lived in Port Robinson my whole life. I'm 73 years old. I'm the 4th generation of my family to live there. My grandfather and grandmother were there from Czechoslovakia in the 30s. My father and mom, I'm sorry, I'm the 3rd. My daughter will be the 4th. My grandson will be the 5th. Okay? I'm sorry, I kind of got drifted off there. What was your question again?
Yeah, no, I've read over everything.
Oh, the C-can.
Yeah.
That's right. No, it wasn't a C-can. It was a trailer that had a reefer unit in it, and they would pull that to the Welland Fair to carry frozen stuff in, to carnivals. Somewhere along the line, it got repurposed into a storage container, and it had been sitting on the property for that. All of a sudden, I never ever got any what do you call it, for inoperable vehicles or any of that in 5 years. In the whole time, never. Then all of a sudden on this 25th, they came over and told me that it had to go. And like I said, and the other things that they showed up there, I couldn't do nothing from the 4th of May when I went in the hospital and had that arterial bypass and got out, therapy, whatever. On the end of August, because of a lower immune system, I came down with shingles on this leg. I don't know if you had them or know anybody, but I'll tell you, it is painful. I couldn't do anything around my yard. So when they came up with these pictures of waste, I don't have the pictures here, but the containers on my property that there's nothing I could do about them. I wasn't there to, So it was not, and I have a picture of a C-can in Port Robinson that's 50 feet long that says Costco on it. And when I mentioned that, I was told that mine didn't qualify. You couldn't even see, I don't know, I don't have the picture here, but mine was.
I've seen it, Wayne. Thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Are there any other questions from council? Go ahead, Councillor DeAngelo.
If you could speak up for me, sir.
Okay, I'll try to speak very loudly. Thanks for your presentation and for your information. You mentioned November 10th, they came and took away some materials?
No, on November 10th, the bylaw officer right there, Danny, took my trailer that had been on my property I bought it in 2016. I have a picture of it on the property with gravel when I brought it 2017, taken by another bylaw. Now, there have been different maybe complaints, whatever about it, but it always was plated and is in good shape. It's like I said, a classic. So it was legally on my property. It was legally on my property when he came and took it. I just read all the things for the non-operative vehicle, and the main one is the license plate. Now, I got all kinds of pictures he took of the trailer, but not one from the back with the license plate on it, and I had that. So it was pulled right up and gone when they pulled it up on the Now, the other thing of that, the little more to that story was that I had mentioned to him that I was pulling it to JC Auto in Port Robinson. But because it had been there was a branch resting close to the top, about maybe a 1/16 of an inch. We let the air out of the tires. It still was not enough to safely pull it out without damaging the top. He totally ignored that, brought in a truck, backed in, they jacked it up, pulled it up on the truck, which now tore the whole top of a good half of it back on the trailer. I have pictures of that in my truck too. When they pulled it up on the top, all the articles inside were jammed in the back. I used that trailer for classifying things for the internet and looking at things. My grandson slept in it watching videos. I have pictures of the insides with all their hockey and baseball cards that just that weekend they were in there were now dumped all back on the floor.
So one of the, to you, Mr. Mayor, another question is, you mentioned that a lot of these items that were taken were there for a substantial amount of time, and bylaw officers came at other times and never mentioned at all that these items.
No, I never, out of the 18 years that I had that repurposed storage container, got a thing for the unoperative vehicle. And then the 5 years when they came, I still didn't get one. And not for the trailer either, okay? I mean, there were different people from what they told me when they came. My last episode, somebody complained about my U-Haul truck. He was there, I was there with my brother. He wanted me to start it up, which I did. He told me 5 minutes. I let it run for almost a half an hour. He recorded it. I backed it up 6 feet. I pulled it ahead 6 feet. And I had to park it on gravel, which I did. So that was about, I would say a year ago. And these buildings that they tore down, there was never any complaint, never anything, nothing to my yard ever changed. You know, but those two articles for sure, that whole period of time, there was never any discussion with them.
Okay, because I notice, like I'm trying to follow the report here.
Oh, okay.
So,
you got this one? Okay, I can explain these to you if you like.
No, I just want to make sure I got the timeline right here, because there's a complaint on October 18th, then.
Okay, that, to me.
Let me
yeah,
just.
go ahead.
October 25th, then 2 bylaw officers investigated the complaint. As a result of the complaint, an order was issued on the 28th. So the order was issued on the 28th, and you had to clean up by November 5th.
Okay.
So it really gives you, Mr. Mayor, we've had this problem before. Like, that timeline's tight. Right?
Well,
you know, it's.
Can I
so-
answer something for
Yeah.
you? I have here, okay, a copy of the use of land for storing inoperative vehicles and parts thereof. Tuesday complaint, October 18th. I was not aware of that, okay? Now, it was added on this report, but it was not included on the October 25th when I requested freedom of information. I don't have that form here with me, but now, the inspection came October 25th. Why did they leave 7 days in between this complaint? Was it not important? You can't, for someone to complain about that camper or that box in the back, there's only my family, my neighbors, and the bylaw department that know it's there. You can't see it. If I had my pictures, I could show you, okay? Now, the penalty notice was filled out Friday, October 28th at 5:36 p.m. in the afternoon, okay? That was from the 25th. Now, what happened? 3 days went by, okay? Now, postmarked the city of Thorold, October 31st, another 3 days later. Now, because of my shingles, I didn't get down there, and this was sent to me by registered letter, but in that report, it's worded as it was served to me personally. It says there, served to me, okay? Now, I picked up my mail. When I opened it, the first thing I seen was the November 5th conformity date. That gave me 1 day. I tried on the 4th to phone him, the bylaw department, anyone there to find out. No, I couldn't get no one. He wasn't there. I phoned on the 7th. I found out that it was his day off or something. So no one ever came to see what was going on with that, to do whatever they had to do.
Okay, thanks. It sort of draws a picture of, like, the tight timeline of what you had to do.
Well, there's more.
Yeah. Well, if you'd like to explain a little bit, I know we have a lot of.
This one here, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to read to you, just this one, because it is with the, see, here's the one with the work order where it says inoperable camper filled with scrap metal and parked on organic matter. That's false. Okay, here's the one for the truck right here, work order and whatever. Now, this here is what's interesting, because on here, this paper here I received, it has a penalty number 1211 was affirmed. Penalty number 1212 was dismissed for long grass, because my grass was long in places, but it was natural growth. But penalty 1213, which is this truck or the inoperable vehicles, it reads dismissed for insufficient evidence. Now, what the heck does that mean? And that's dated December 14th, when I requested my interview to see what was going on about these. The other part of that is right here, and it reads that about being canceled. Oh, here it is. Actually, it says use of lane for storing inoperable vehicles and parts thereof, canceled. January the 3rd. This is the 14th, when this here, and it's dated that they received it on the 7th, and this one, it was canceled and then dismissed for insufficient evidence. They'd already took the trailer and scrapped it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the other question I had is, just to clarify, I know you're here to ask for some items from council. Can you just clarify exactly what you're asking for? What is it that you want council to do? I need to know.
Well, I would like, originally what I wanted when I came way back was to wait for this report and see what they had to say. I gave Jason that actual tape, okay? He got a copy of it. I have it on one of them. I think they call it a thumb drive or something like that. So, and I sent one to every one of the councilors, okay? Now, what I would like to see is I've now paid, my total bill now that I owe is up in the thousands of dollars. It's here somewhere anyway. Okay, that's what I would like to see is is the money removed and like from my account. I can't pay my property taxes because it's so high. I think right now last count was 28,000. That's what it's got to between penalties and interest, okay? The original amount I questioned because I have this here with the bill. Like I said, I read you some of what's going on with it. I question the amounts of money. I've worked in that kind of stuff. I mean, they have all kinds of things there. And as far as this report goes, okay, this here is for the long grass, okay? And it was in front of the trailer. I don't deny that, but that was flowers there, okay, when it was green. This is the two bylaw guys showing where this grass was long and it got cut. Over here, we have inoperable camping trailer, which you heard why I said this trailer was not inoperable. Here's the picture taken by the bylaw showing the side of the camper up here where the branch was, where it was close. Now, he did not look up there and see that there was a 1/16 of an inch. I told him. And now when I told him about the scrap metal and the grass, he switched over to inoperable vehicle. And now, if that would have been pulled straight out, there would have been no problem. It wasn't inoperable. Okay, here's a picture of the trailer right here. And this is the waste that they said was on my property. This one here on your right is cat food cans, okay? And there's a bunch of them, but right there is a cage. The guy I had cutting my lawn and taking care of my place, a raccoon got in there and tore that all apart. They got that on a Tuesday. I couldn't have picked that up if I wanted to. I'm still walking with the cane. Here, where they show domestic waste, this picture, I have colored ones, full size. It's not truthful. There is a sink in that there, a lawnmower, which was, the sink in that was for the guy cutting the lawn to make a barter deal.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Pardon me?
the question was about cost.
I still didn't
Well,
hear.
the question was, what is he looking from council?
I know.
Okay.
That was the question, so.
Repeat it again, I'm sorry. I get wrapped up with this. This annoys me.
I know, but the
We're
question, you're not answering the question, so I want to make sure that you get the question.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the question is, what are you asking council to do? So we need to deliberate on something, but we need to know what you're asking for.
A complete removal. A complete removal of what I owe.
Okay.
A complete removal. I have no problem with obeying bylaws. They also, in this report, paint a way different picture. It's important that I explain this stuff because as a result of it, here, this is very important. You've got this report, so that is good, but here, The contractor and property owner were informed of what remained to be removed from the property. I wasn't informed. After being briefed by the lead officer, another bylaw enforcement officer attended the property November 14th.
Okay, but wait, we're not answering the question. The question is how much, and you've answered that, so
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna, you're good with that answer now? Okay, Councillor Dedavides.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can we hear Jason's side of this?
Well, when the report comes on
When
the
it comes
phone.
up, because,
Okay.
were you
This is
served
just
before?
questions for the
Pardon me?
presenter.
Excuse me, Mr. Wayne, were you served with papers before?
Sir?
Yeah, to clean up your yard and stuff?
Not served with paper.
Well, did you get papers from the city before? So you're aware of this?
Sometimes.
Okay, that's all I want to
Yeah,
know.
but,
That's all I want to know.
okay, yeah.
Okay,
Back in the day,
there any further questions regarding this? Because the report's going to come on the floor, and then you can ask questions, more questions with staff.
well, this here is important. This is important right here.
Mr. Michael, we give you a long time to make your presentation, and we also give you time with a lot of the questions that were asked. So is there any further questions? Right now, the floor is only open for questions to the presenter.
Okay.
There's no further questions, then, Mr. Michael, I want to thank you for coming to council, and thank you for your presentation. So now we're going to put the report on the floor, and you can sit back down.
Okay. Well, I feel there is a lot more that should be identified here and taken care of. I'm not asking any questions, but I would like some kind of a report with this here.
Okay. The report now, can I get a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? I got Councillor Dedavides and Councillor DeRose, okay? And the report on the floor is the bylaw enforcement property cleanup, DS7 2024. And any discussion or any questions of staff, because Jason's here? Go ahead, Councillor DeRose.
Yeah, no, I thoroughly read the report, and I just want to put a motion forward to accept the report for information, and that staff be directed to review the invoice related to the cleanup at 40 River Street to determine if any excess costs were incurred, and report back to council with the options, please.
You've got it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a seconder for that? Councillor Hanley. Okay, so it's up on the screen that staff be directed to review the invoice related to the cleanup at 40 River Street to determine if any excess costs were incurred and report back to council with options. That's the amendment. We had a mover and a seconder. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Was there a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Hanley was the seconder. Discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor D'Angelo.
Yeah, just the presenter mentioned that they had bins there, a certain cubic size. But when they get dropped off at either a scrap place or a garbage place, they're usually weighed. Do we have those weight measurements? Is that part of what bylaw keeps in terms of establish that the correct amount has been billed?
Jason, can you answer that, please?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The city staff do not receive a copy of the weigh bills. We just receive a copy of the invoice from the contractor. If there is question with regards to the weight, the staff will ask for copies of the weigh bill from the contractor. I can't confirm whether or not the weigh bills will still be available for this because this occurred back in 2022, but it's something that we could certainly look into.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if we can get those attached to the invoice, that would be quite helpful to determine the cost.
Can you add that to, okay.
Okay.
So we have that amendment on the floor, and we had a mover and a seconder, Councillor DeRose and Councillor Hanley. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now we got to put the whole motion on the floor with the amendment. That the staff report be received for information and the amendment attached. Now we're voting on everything together. All those say mover and a seconder. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, this has been dragging on quite a while. When is a reasonable expectation? Would it be coming at the next council meeting
I'll ask Jason. Jason, can that be accomplished, that it would come back?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that can be accommodated.
Okay, that's. Report back to council next meeting with options. Okay,
Thank you.
we'll add that and then we'll vote on the whole thing. No, you're done, Mr. Mike. I know, hey, you've done a good job, but I can't give you any more time. Anyway, we got that on there? We got the full motion. We got the full motion up there now. We had a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you so much. No, we voted that staff's going to bring a report back by the next council meeting, okay? Yes, you can keep that information or you can give it to the appropriate staff if you want, but I don't know if they have it or not, okay? Thank you. Okay. Now, we're going to move on to the motion respecting reconsideration of council's resolution to approve the participation in Partners for Climate Protection. Council's already voted that it's not a reconsideration. So what we'll start out with is we have two delegations presenters, and up first I have Maggie Braun from Ecosystem Management, and I'll call on Maggie for a delegation. Is Maggie here or is she online? She's online?
She's ready to go. She's sharing her screen now.
Okay, Maggie, and I'll ask you to state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Maggie Braun, and I am in Ward 4 of Peterborough, Ontario.
Thank you, Maggie, and your presentation's up on the screen, so you can start. And you have 10 minutes maximum for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I wanted to thank the mayor and council, the city staff, and the residents of Thorold and Niagara for an opportunity to share some information on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, ICLEI, International Council on Local Environmental Initiatives, Partners for Climate Protection Program. And there we go. And to support the motion to reconsider the council's resolution to approve the participation in this program. So I'm going to go over the origin, the aim, the supporting rationale, the benefits and disadvantages of the program, and bring forward some recommendations. And I did a presentation for the Environmental Committee, so I'll just jump through some of the information and provide some additional information from our last meeting. Thank you. So in 1992, Brian Mulroney signed Canada on to UN Agenda 21, along with 178 nations who all agreed, and this international agreement promised to bring big money for going green. Once signed, Canada became a UN member state, a nation state, and in a sense, our towns and cities were, in a sense, abandoned and merged with others to form UN city-states. By the year 2000, we saw countries being governed by the direction of the United Nations, the G7, the G20, the Council of Foreign Relations, the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, and the World Health Organization, along with a lesser-known international organization called ICLEI, or the International Council on Local Environmental Initiatives, now called Local Governments for Sustainability. This is an unelected international organization that has partnered with the Government of Canada and through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities created various programs, including the Partners for Climate Protection Program. In 1994, the same year that they created the Partners for Climate Protection Program, the FCM sent a municipal primer to all Canadian municipalities subtitled promoting sustainable development through local strategic action. And I think it's important to define the word sustainable development. That is a term that was coined in the Brundtland Commission prior to Agenda 21 being signed. And it stated that land cannot be treated as an ordinary asset controlled by individuals, and public control of land use was indispensable to save the land and resources for future generations. On page 9 of the municipal primer is a flowchart showing how Agenda 21 would be implemented through Canadian municipalities. This is a blueprint for achieving sustainable development. And if you notice the means of implementation, and this is where the Partners for Climate Protection program comes in, they promote education, public awareness and training, provide information for decision making, and transfer environmentally sound technology. The program offers tools, networking venues, events, case studies, and other informational resources, and access to the PCP Secretariat, who offers coaching and technical assistance. I highly recommend looking over their website. The supporting rationale for the program is, of course, to do with climate change, and it states in their joining resolution that climate change is increasing the frequency of extreme weather events, and that Canada has committed to limiting the global temperature increase to below 2 degrees Celsius. So the following slides I'll just breeze through quickly, but in August last year, the World Climate Declaration, signed by now over 1,900 scientists, put out a declaration stating that there is no climate emergency. And the following slides are a combination of direct quotes from this declaration as well as related peer-reviewed studies. So only 0.3% of published scientists stated in their papers that recent warming was mostly man-made. Natural factors as well as man-made factors cause climate change. Mostly the orbit and tilt of the Earth drive the interglacial and glacial changes. And we can see in the geological archive that the Earth's temperature has varied as long as the planet has existed. We've only recently come out of a little ice age in 1850, so it's no surprise that we're experiencing a period of warming, and that actually peaked in 1930 and went down. So the rationale for the program hasn't held up over 30 years, and I think that that's a good thing and a positive thing for humanity and the Earth. And we can see that human activities have little impact on global climate compared to natural factors. And because of those natural factors, it's not possible to limit the global temperature increase to below 2 degrees Celsius. The IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is the main source of research for the United Nations, as well as the Partners for Climate Protection program, and most NGOs operating under the name Sustainable with your city's name in it. We find that the world has warmed significantly less than predicted by the IPCC models, and that these models not only exaggerate the effect of CO2, they also ignore the benefits of additional CO2 in the atmosphere. So CO2 is not a pollutant. It is the basis of all life on Earth. It is not the primary greenhouse gas. Water vapor is. And CO2 makes up only 0.04% of the Earth's atmosphere. And they found that the warming effect of CO2 actually decreases as its concentrations increase. CO2 is plant food. It feeds people. Additional CO2 in the atmosphere increases soil moisture, promotes growth in the global plant biomass, and is profitable for agriculture, increasing the yields of crops worldwide. They also found that global warming has not increased natural disasters. We're actually finding that Antarctica is cooling and gaining ice. There are more polar bears today than 50 years ago. And extreme heat events, forest fires, landfall hurricanes, extreme tornadoes, and droughts are all in decline. one has to ask why the IPCC isn't correcting the policymakers as well as mainstream media on falsely reporting the findings in their report. So when it comes to our health, we're finding that less people are dying from temperature-related deaths, and that is because cold weather kills far more people than warm weather every year, and that's something to consider here in Canada. So again, there's no statistical evidence to support the program's supporting rationale, and I believe that lack of scientific certainty should be used as a reason for postponing sustainable development, especially when we look at the CO2 mitigation measures and that we're finding that they're as damaging as they are costly. Canada is definitely experiencing a lot of cost-related hardships right now, and that is something to be considered, especially since Canada's trees absorb far more CO2 than we put out each year, and we're technically already net zero. So I already covered the benefits of the program, and of course, it's supposedly free, so what's the catch? Is something that I heard the councillors ask when this was brought forward last time. And it really comes down to your municipal plans and your council's authority and liability moving forward. So municipal plans, such as your upcoming strategic plans, will be drafted with an emphasis on UN directives. And what we're finding is that these municipal plans target mobility and energy security, and they're incorporating EDI ideology into the climate action plans. These plans are being done by the Partners for Climate Protection program, and they are also doing the surveys for the program, and they are consulting with local NGOs who are also partnered with ICLEI. They're also starting to deny deputations of this sort and stating that the city considers its decision-making under the UN directives because Prime Minister Trudeau is aiming to achieve Agenda 2030. So your official plans, and this is where the real hardship really comes in, the official plans we're finding restrict private property rights and severances. They also redirect population growth to selected settlement areas or the bigger cities. And this reduces the tax revenue and services to smaller municipalities. So really our towns are turning to ghost towns and our cities are turning to tent cities. So that is a result of this of sustainable development, quote unquote. So this really affects your council as well. Once you adopt this program and then begin adopting the plans that it puts out, you'll find that the elected official and the corporate staff on the file will continually put before the council items which, if endorsed by council, will redirect your public funds and assets to private sustainable development goals, such as the EV charging stations you discussed last time. This will also take staff, committee, and council time reviewing, approving, and implementing this agenda. And councillors who oppose the UN directives will face the Integrity Commissioner. And it is of note that should be really important is that the Government of Canada and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has waived all liability for this program. So all the liability falls on those who endorse it and implement, and that would be the council and the city staff. So regardless of Canada being a UN member, no level of government has the authority to implement foreign mandates, policies, treaties, or any agreement that violate the Canadian Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Bill of Rights, or the Coronation Oath. And in this case, I think it's important to note, and I say this not only as educational purposes for you, because I don't believe that it is your intention to do this, but conspiring with foreign powers to assist in any act preparatory to the takeover of our nation is an act of treason, according to the Canadian Criminal Code. Thankfully, this program is completely voluntary and you can leave the program at any time, and that is our recommendation. I like to remind councils that they are the governing body of the municipality, the custodians of its powers. They have a duty to represent the public, consider the municipality, and to protect the integrity and the decision-making authority of their positions. With that, the residents of Thorold and Niagara want to support you in asserting that authority over this voluntary program, and we recommend that you support the motion to reconsider the resolution to participate in the Partners for Climate Protection program. And with that, I did want to say too, of recent news, 95% of rural municipalities in Saskatchewan have recently put forward that they agree that CO2 is not a pollutant, and they are no longer implementing any net zero policies in their municipalities. They found them to bring quite a lot of hardship and downfall in their economies. And in other municipalities where we're working, they're now having to do a lot of work to redo those strategic plans. Because like I said, once they get into the strategic plans, then the councillors who and the city staff who are on that file will point to those plans as a reason for targeting our mobility and our energy security and the other disadvantages to the program. So with that, I'm prepared to take any questions, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Maggie, for your presentation, and I'll open up the council floor for questions. Are there any questions of the presenter? Go ahead, Councillor Ham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Maggie, I know, and I read in one of the report, they measure electricity as being a proponent of greenhouse gases. Could you verify that? Like, could you say that the generation of electricity through water, wind, and solar creates greenhouse gases?
It seems that no matter the source of the electricity, it is measured. And for instance, with natural gas here in Kawartha Lakes, the second largest rural municipality in Ontario, they have voted to not put any further natural gas infrastructure into the area. And they point to their Healthy Environment Plan, which was done by the Partners for Climate Protection program. So I'm not sure as far as all the measuring that takes place, but it's quite a lengthy report. And I know it does take time from the staff and the council to approve all of it. And this is, of course, energy security, something that is one of our primary needs in Canada. So it's a lot of work for something that we need to use.
Thank you. One other just follow-up question. Would you happen to know off by hand how many credited scientists in Canada believe that there is not a climate emergency? I know I was looking, I believe it's like over 40.
Well, according to the World Climate Declaration, it goes up every day or every week. They update it, and there's 145 scientists from Canada, and all of them have a background in earth science and science related to earth science and climate science. So, okay. And there's way more than that, obviously. I myself have a background in ecosystem management, and when I studied it in college, I could see just based on basic geology and the geological archive that that there was a lot of hype around man-made climate change, and they were kind of ignoring the fact that the trees absorb the carbon and actually grow bigger when there's more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation tonight too also.
Is there any further questions for Maggie? Seeing none, once again, Maggie, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Up next, I have Mark Lefebvre resident, and I'll call on Mark for his delegation respecting Partners for Climate Change Protection. Is he online or is he here? He's online.
Coming in now.
Okay. Welcome, Mark. State your name and address, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mark Lefebvre. I live at 157 St. David's Road in Thorold, Ontario. Thanks very much to the mayor and council for listening to me this evening. I won't be as thorough as Maggie. I'll actually be pretty brief. I just want to start by asking Mr. Trenum, does council have a copy of what I sent earlier, I think yesterday?
Yes, it's attached to the agenda.
Just the sheet of paper?
Yep, it's attached to the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So, like, I won't read the whole thing for everybody, but basically what I'm saying is that there is a lot of cost implications for participation in the Partners for Climate Protection program. And without knowing what the total cost is going to be, or the cost analysis, or how the initiatives align with the city strategic planning, it might be preemptive at this time and maybe cause for not participating in the program at this time. I'm participating as one of the citizens of Thorold in a strategic planning process or focus groupings tomorrow. Some of the information that's coming forward is that the mean household income as of 2021 in Thorold is less than the provincial and federal average, which means taxation is an issue for citizens of Thorold. They don't make as much money as they do in Ontario, as the average Ontario family or the average Canada family. And so all program initiatives have cost as a factor, and that includes staffing costs for these kind of initiatives. I was online looking at what the federal climate action plan was and the provincial action plan was, and then the region action plan was. The region has an initiative that this initiative might align with, but it doesn't align with anything that Thorold's doing currently, especially if there's costs involved that we are not aware of. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I wouldn't support it as a citizen of Thorold. I think it's costly, or at least we don't know what the cost will be. And until that happens, I don't think the city should participate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark, and I'll open the floor for questions. Are there any questions for Mark?
I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mark. So, Mark, what you're saying basically is that from what you've done in your research and that stuff, it wouldn't be on a good position for the city at this time to move forward being part of the Partners for Climate Protection, and let us get through our strategic plan and our official plan, and maybe down the road we could deal with it then. Because I do have some cost, and I'm going to let council know here from another municipality in Niagara, I do have some figures at how much it's actually going to cost us, and it's not a few dollars.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Hanley, and I know council's keenly aware because they dealt with some consultant reports. There are staffing issues in the city. There are a number of issues that are going to impact budget, and I think that all has to be considered part and parcel of anything that council does or moves forward on. There has to be cost, and value for those costs has to be a consideration.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Lefebvre.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for your presentation. Oh, Councillor DeAngelo's got a question. Hold.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you coming this evening and your questions that you posed. Those are the types of questions I wanted to see have an answer this month from last year. So we're no further ahead because we didn't get some of this information to us. So again, these are the types of questions that we needed answers for. So I do appreciate you bringing that forward and your continued support of our community on the various committees you sit on.
Thanks again. Go ahead, Councillor Thorold.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for sharing your thoughts with us tonight. Made some valid points. Mark, can you just share your background of what you're? I've known you for years, and I know you well enough to know that you're very intelligent, and just share what your past experiences are, as far as work goes.
That's a lot. That's a very boring story, Councillor DeRose. But I spent the first 10 years of my career as a regional police officer. I spent a year as a investigator with the Ontario College of Teachers. Spent 27 years in education. I was a superintendent of education. I'm very happily not doing any of those things anymore. I'm very happily retired and sorry to be bothering all councillors and the mayor with all my issues. But just looking forward to a betterment of our community. That's my current passion.
Yeah, no, I really respect that you showed up. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and Mark, we appreciate your input on numerous things that you're involved with in the community. Okay, that's the end of the presentations. Now, the original motion we'll put on the floor. Can you put it up, please?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, sorry. The original motion no longer goes on the floor because it's not a consideration. I believe Councillor Handley now has his motion that he'd like to move.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. My motion is basically in two parts, and whereas the Council for the City of Thorold support the motion to rescind the resolution to join the FCM UN Partners for Climate Protection Program, and whereas those in public office hold decision-making responsibilities in any UN directive program partnership will limit council decision-making options, and whereas the Council of the City of Thorold reviewed the municipal primer of 1994, and whereas the Council for the City of Thorold reviewed page 3 of the World Climate Declaration, therefore be resolved that the municipality rescind their resolution to join FCM UN Partners for Climate Protection Program dated March 19th, 2024. And to speak on the issue, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, wait, let me
Okay.
is there a seconder for that motion? Yeah. Councillor DeRose, now you can speak to.
To speak on that issue, I did a little research and found out that there's actually only 4 municipalities in the region: the City of St. Catharines, the City of Welland, the Township of West Lincoln, and the Township of Grimsby, who belong to the Partner for Climate Protection. The City of Niagara Falls has gone out and done their own. But in West Lincoln, there's been questions about who or what staff would be using their time. In the town of West Lincoln, Bev Hendry, the chief administrator officer, was involved. Bob Dennison, manager of Parks Recreation Facilities. Jenny Fisher, the planning secretary. Jessica Dyson, the deputy clerk. Lorraine Most, library technician services supervisor. Madison Etsy, planner. Origin Corrick, GIC and assessment manager coordinator. Troy Benish, public works supervisor. Vanessa Holm, chief executive officer, West Lincoln Public Library. And Wendy Beatty, coordinator of recreational services. So this just doesn't take a few hours of staff time once you join the program. It's a significant amount, and I've also went through their whole analysis of their plan, and they come up with low, medium, high, and high cost. That's going from less than 1,000 to 5,000, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20. They have 20 low expenditure recommendations from the PCP, 4 medium expenditures, low medium, 5 medium expenditures, 5 medium high expenditures, and 5 high expenditures over $20,000. Just to get it off the ground, they were looking at a cost of $350,000, not including staff time. Also, when I went through the report further from the town, I learned that actually out of all the work that they've done, all that they account for is less than 1% of the actual GHG emissions from their municipality. They determined that 99% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from the public. West Lincoln emits approximately 978,000 tons of CO2, with corporate emissions accounting to less than 1% of West Lincoln's total greenhouse gas emissions, while the community is responsible for emitting 99% of the township's greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Mayor, and as mentioned earlier here, when you read about the Protection for Climate Partners and their initiatives, to me, I believe when someone bows out, especially the person that's backing it, and I'll read it again because it wasn't read. This project was carried out with the assistance from the Green Municipal Fund, a fund financed by the Government of Canada and administered by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and from ICLEI, Local Government Sustainability. Notwithstanding this support, the views expressed are the personal views of the authors and ICLEI Canada. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Government of Canada accept no responsibility for them. To me, that's alarming. If you're one that's backing this, you think that they support it, but the reason they don't support it, because if there's any liabilities down the issues with what was implemented through these greenhouse gas emissions and from the PCP initiatives, the government's absolving themselves of any responsibility, and even the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, who are the ones that's pushing this initiative, and it is Agenda 21. It's a UN agenda. I've educated myself. I've educated myself, Mr. Mayor. That's why I brought it up and sent an email to the city on February the 1st, because this whole year, while the program that I thought was in place wasn't in place, I was educating myself on the effects of greenhouse gases and looking at climate change. And, you know, I not to be funny, but I looked at this way here. There used to be dinosaurs, white sand beaches, and palm trees in Edmonton, Alberta. You know why they're not there no more? Because of climate change. The climate's been changing for billions of years, and it's going to continue to change. And we could take care of ourselves here in the municipality, and I don't believe we need UN directives to show us the path forward in regards to our responsibilities in greenhouse gas emissions. That's my thing, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor DeRose, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to repeat what Maggie said, for those paying attention. Carbon dioxide is 0.04% of the Earth's atmosphere, of which humans create 11% of this 4%, 0.04% of 1%, which is 0.0044%. or 44 one-thousandths of 1%. If you look at Thorold's population, I know the sign says 20,000. Let's say we have 25, maybe 27, I don't know. But roughly, when you divide it by the amount of people in the world, Thorold's contribution to CO2 is decimal 0.0000308641 of 1%, or 308,641 billionths of 1%. The climate has been changing, as Councillor Hanley said, for 4.6 million years, and will continue to change.
Thank you.
No, I'm not finished, Mr. Owen. One more minute. Property taxpayers deserve their hard-earned money to provide necessary services. This is not a necessary service. So why are we imposing another level of cost to property taxpayers, even if it's just staff time? This is being paid by the property taxpayer. Why are we trying to impoverish residents that are already contributing to this insanity so that climate activists can feel good about eliminating 0.0000308641 of 1%, or 308,641 billionths of 1%, which is basically, when you Google it, I was Googling it to put it in words, it's zero. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Go ahead, Councillor Sen.
Yeah, I'll go into crosshairs. I believe we all have our ability and rights to what we think, how we feel, climate change included. I believe climate change is a problem. I believe we are in an emergency. That's my personal opinion. So I can't understand why we wouldn't use something. If I can ask the CAO, how much does it cost to get into this program?
I think I'll ask the deputy to Jason Simpson, Development Services.
Can you be respectful, please?
Okay. Everything comes through the meeting.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the program had a zero cost to enroll.
And are we obligated to anything that comes out of this? Because, again, we haven't had a year. So if after a year we all looked at it and said, it's no good, staff said it's no good, okay, then we can come to that conclusion. But we haven't had that year that we all agreed to have yet. So is like my question was, no cost, and are we obligated to anything that they come up with that comes through this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there are no obligations. The reason for recommending the enrollment was to access some free tools for some policies that have to be implemented under the Planning Act and the Electricity Act.
So those have to be implemented anyways, and I remember the meeting. So these would be useful tools to you and your staff to use in what you have to do in your business.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intention was to access the tools to make that determination. Given that we have just enrolled approximately a month ago, that determination hasn't been made at this time.
Okay, so again, we haven't been in this for a year. If we all came to the conclusion at the end of the year to get out, okay, we could have that, but we agreed to do a year, and this has no impact, no cost going in. I understand the staff part of it if they decide to use it, but I believe, my belief is we talk about trees all the time, we talk about the watershed, we talk about doing things, that this will help. So I will be voting to stay into this, and those are my personal reasons. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Dedevinis.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not in favor of paying more tax. I pay a ton of tax, probably more than anybody in this whole entire room. And neither any citizen in Thorold wants to pay more tax. But this, like Ken was saying, it's not going to cost us anything, and we can get out at any time we want. So why don't we even try it? We can get out after 6 months, can't we? Jason, can we get out after 6 months if we wanted to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we could withdraw at any time the council wishes.
And I think this might end up saving us money somehow. Like, we have to try it. I know you're laughing, but I've been in business all my life. You have to try it sometimes.
I don't want to hear any more from the crowd, please.
I mean, you don't go into something without trying it. You try it. If it doesn't work, you get out. This could save you by using the tools. I'm listening to both sides. I'm sitting on the fence. If it's not costing us anything and we get out right away, why not try it? That's in my opinion.
Councillor Decker.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jason, for bringing that up. I couldn't quite remember at the time why we wanted to opt in, and you're right. It was to help you guys make decisions on going forward with the Planning Act to access those tools. So you haven't really had the opportunity to do that yet, and you're hoping that it will perhaps provide some insight going forward when you're looking to implement the new information in the Planning Act.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Planning Act and the provincial policy statement require that municipalities, climate change has been identified as a provincial interest, and therefore the official plans of every municipality across the province are required to create policies pertaining to the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions. And as a result, because it is in provincial legislation, we are mandated to do it. We are also mandated to comply and align with the regional official plan, which also contains climate change policies. So we are required to do this. I understand everybody has their own opinions, but we are legislated to do this, unfortunately, good or bad. And so the work needs to be done one way or another. And we were just looking for tools that were not going to cost the municipality anything to try and assist with creating these policies versus hiring consultants to work on something.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor D'Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some of the, again, we talked about this back last year, and here we are again. But some of the questions I had that I'll ask is currently, like, what's the anticipated staff that's going to be working on this project? If we continue to stay in it, who's going to be involved in it, and how many hours are we looking at delegating that? I know Councillor Hanley mentioned the whole list of what, was it Lincoln or West Lincoln mentioned. What is the city of Thorold looking at? We've been in this for over a month now. There must have been some deliberation going into it in January when it was signed up. So I don't know if the CAO has that answer or if it's Jason Simpson that has that answer, but I'm looking for who's going to be involved in this, what time are they going to spend on this, and what priorities are going to be pushed aside so that this gets to the top and or moved up the ladder. But I also have some additional questions on top.
Yeah, well, that first question, Jason, are you going to handle that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll give it a shot. So as council is aware, we need to update the City of Thorold's official plan. And as I just identified, the provincial legislation as well as the regional official plan requires that the official plan contain pertaining to mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. And as such, several hours, many hours, and I wouldn't be able to put a number to it, are going to be put on developing this new official plan. How much of that time is going to be allocated to climate change policies, we have no idea at this point in time. But the purpose of this enrollment was simply to access tools to try and help move those policies that we were mandated to do forward, as opposed to, because we don't have climate change experts on staff. And so therefore we have the options of trying to utilize some free tools or outsourcing to consultants at a cost to perform this work for us.
Go ahead.
There's a cost right there.
Okay.
Once again, I'm going to ask the gallery to please not interject.
Okay. If we don't enter into this or continue with this agreement, what are other municipalities such as the region? I think there was only 4 mentioned that are part of this. What are they doing? Like, are they spending thousands of dollars on consultants? Like, is this not more of a regional plan where we can piggyback on them with some of the policies they're developing? We don't have to develop them from scratch. Like, we do this for other items. So I guess my question is, the other communities that are not involved in this, what are they doing to achieve the policy changes that the provincial government is mandating?
That's a good question, because the region just finished their official plan and climate change is part of the official plan. Have we spoken to them, or are there ways we can piggyback on that? That's a good point. Go ahead, Jason.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have no idea how many hours other municipalities have spent. I can say that there are a number of local municipalities alone that have hired climate change experts on staff full time. That is not something that we have in the city of Thorold. Councillor Handy, I believe, identified some of the local municipalities. I'm not aware whether or not the region is a member of the PCP either. It's something that we could look into.
Continue, Councillor Dan.
Yeah, the other question too is it's coming from a provincial policy standpoint that we have to move forward with these policies. Are they a member of PCP, or what are they doing to develop? Or are they just telling us, do this and you figure it out? If anyone can answer that question.
I don't have the answer. I don't know if Jason...
They don't belong to the provincial government.
Councillor Hanley, please. Go ahead, Jason.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the province has their own climate action plan, but I don't know whether ACP or not.
Well, again, can we not look at their policy or their plan and see how it could be adapted to the city of Thorold? There's some valid points here where we're getting ourselves into a situation. This is why I was hoping that we would have had this resolved a year ago today or around this time frame, because I look at all the projects we're trying to do. We've got a mausoleum going. We're looking at a turf soccer field. We're looking at additional items. We're looking at development charges. Like, these are core items that we have to deal from as a council. Now you're throwing climate change on top of this. And none of us are full-time councillors. A lot of us work full-time. And now you're asking us to do something that's not municipally mandated, except for the policies, which the provincial government's telling us to do this, and they're not giving us any direction. My dad has a couple words for this, but I can't say it. But so You know, I was the one who brought forward last time, let's look at this for a year and see how this goes. But if the tools are being replaced by other municipalities, I'd rather look at them and see what they're doing and how we can adapt some of their policies, especially from a regional perspective. I think continuing with this might just lead us into a staff time where they're spending a lot of time on this, as opposed to.
Are you looking to make an amendment to Councillor Hanley's
No,
motion?
no, I'm not making an amendment at this point in time. I'm just stating my opinion of like the demands for the council is getting higher and higher, and we're not meeting our basic needs. And that's what we're trying to just throw. It goes back to what Councillor DeVice says. We all pay a lot of taxes in Thorold, a ton, right? We want to make sure we get value for money, and we want to make sure we're addressing the needs that we're responsible for. That's my goal here on council, is listening to the citizens, drainage problems, sidewalk problems, road problems, traffic calming problems. Those are my priorities at this point in time, and then I want to shift them because staff is the one that comes up with the solutions to these problems. I want their time being spent on the local citizens to meet their needs so that things happen. I know we need to look at the future too, and that's why the strategic plan was important to me. Here we are, like almost halfway through our term, and we're going to be setting up our strategic plan. That's our guidance of where we're going to. So, you know, I don't know if the councillor is amenable to this, but maybe throw this to discussion with our strategic plan, as like Mark even mentioned that, so that we have a bit more further discussion at this point in time. I would, you know, maybe look at just continuing right now, but not putting any staff time in it. Like, don't withdraw right now. Wait a little bit. Let's go through our strategic plan. Let's see what we can do in other methods to achieve what the province wants from us without specifically staying in here. But again, I need more information, and that's why I was asking for a report earlier, but we'll see what happens at the end of this discussion. Thanks.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak? Go ahead, Councillor Longo. Councillor DeRose and Councillor Hanley, you've spoken already, so I'm going to give everybody else that hasn't spoken a time to speak first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by saying that I do believe we have a climate problem, okay? So we'll get the moans out of the way. But I do believe with a lot that's been said. And this is what I think bothers a lot of people about government. We've got a provincial government that should just mandate this. They should come up with one solution for all. I'm not sure if everybody realizes it, but there's 444 municipalities in Ontario that have to deal with this. That means 444 planners, directors, or consultants are going to get paid to do the same thing. This isn't going to solve the problem tonight, but this is what we talk about shared services. We have a region of Niagara that's probably done this, and we're going to duplicate the service and use staff time and get on this merry-go-round of wasting taxpayers' money. It should be done once, and it should be across the board. So again, I know there may be a lot of people here that maybe don't think there's a climate issue, but that's a personal philosophy, okay? So we can respect each other's opinion, okay, and not call each other names. But I think we can all agree that there's better ways to deal with this issue. And again, I'm not sure the best way to handle it, but I just don't like the fact that we could potentially waste money that doesn't need to be wasted. We waste enough money, don't we, Councillor D'Angela, in our accounts payable report. Like, it's obscene, some of the things we spend money on, and this is another one I hope we don't waste money on. So I'm not sure where this is going to go, but those are my feelings. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to start by saying that there are 400 municipalities who belong currently to PCP. So we're not alone. We're in fact far behind the others who have joined up much earlier. Toronto, for example, declared a climate crisis in 1990. And we are facing, no matter how you want to look at it, a climate change challenge in front of us. And we need to recognize this so that future generations will not be suffering perilously at our mistakes. We are in a position now where we can start to make changes. Scientists are telling us that climate change is upon us. If you've heard of NASA, for example, 97% of NASA scientists believe in climate change. Yes. Cornell University.
Or I'm going to have to evacuate the chambers.
Cornell University has had peer scientific reviews of over 80,000 reports that climate change is upon us and that we need to take action. This is an opportunity where, without costing us anything from the beginning, we can get guidance, we can get plans in place, we can start to figure out what we can contribute so that our children, their children, will be able to enjoy our city, enjoy Niagara, and be able to live healthy lives. So this is a part that we can do at this point in our lives without turning our backs on it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Hanlon.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I just want to bring up a note. I went through the 2000 the council meeting last year, January 17th, 2023. We were told then by then the staff employee when it brought up who would do it, she specifically stated, if council remembers, co-op students could do the plan. That's what we were told. I want to go on and let you know, too, that not only the 10 people that I mentioned from the town of West Lincoln were involved and took up staff time, but they also mentioned here several individuals within the corporation collected and prepared background information required for this report. Pauline Pace, this is an addition of the 10 I just mentioned that helped. Public Works Secretary and Jean Friesen, Accounting Clerk and General Secretary. Also, they were part of additional, the work was done by Katie Hill, Deputy Treasurer, Donna DeFlippio, Treasurer, Director of Finance, was instrumental in the corporation receiving the plan. Almost every staff member at their municipality was involved with the plan. And my one question for you, Mr. Mayor, is to staff. When I go through the Green Energy Act of 2009, we must already have someone doing this in the municipality because we are already obligated to do so. And it's a significant amount of work. If you actually look at the Green Energy Plan, it's not just going out and doing some numbers. You have to actually measure every building square footage. You have to document what rooms are heated with what type of fuel source, be it electricity or natural gas. You got to do a monitor on all your equipment and all your vehicles in your fleet. And I agree with Councillor Longo. We shouldn't be dealing with this. We pay 40% of our tax base to the Niagara region. We should be getting the information through them. We shouldn't be spending our staff time. We just hired 24 people. Why did they say we hired all these individuals? Because we were strung out for employees. The reason they said that they didn't join was because we were strung out for employees. So we're stretched to the limit already trying to accomplish. We're the fourth fastest growing municipality in Ontario, the 8th fastest in Canada. We've already proved it. We don't have staff to do time with this. And I don't believe we should. I believe we should rescind it and we go to the region. That's why they're our partners. This is a regional initiative. We have 40% of our tax base. We spend millions, tens of millions of dollars for the region, and we should be using the resources. They want to implement the plan, let's use their resources. Why should we do ours? They're already doing it. The one for West Lincoln is a plan that was done in 2000 to 2020 to 2025. So again, through you, Mr. Mayor, who in the city of Thorold has been doing the monitoring and sending in the required documentation needed as per Ontario Regulation 39711 of the Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan? We already have to be doing it. I got the bylaw right here. And it's amended several times. The last time was amended in 2019, I believe it was. So, and it says that we need to do it every 5 years. It first started on or before July 1st, 2013. Then it was July 1st. After that again, 2019. Here it goes. So 2019 is the last one. On before July 1st, 2019, every 5th anniversary thereafter, every public agency shall publish on its website and internet site if it has either or both and make available to the public. We haven't even done it yet. If nobody's been on it, we haven't done it. And guess what? The province isn't after us to do it. Because they're not doing it themselves. And there's actually no measurable way to test to find greenhouse gas emissions. It's a mathematical equation that's unscientific. If you look at it, it's 0.001, and then they do 3 different heat elements: low heat, medium heat, and high heat, as to what type of energy source you're using. The town of West Lincoln, after doing all the research, discovered they were using less than 1% of everything that had been sent out in the greenhouse gas emissions. And I don't think for less than 1%, we should be spending staff time and city's money. You can say it's free. You know what they say? If it's for free, there's always something wrong. If it looks too good to be true, it's not true. And to me, it's not true. We have the region next door, and we pay them millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars. They should be initiating it. Make a plan for the whole region. There's only 4 municipalities involved out of 12. And just to let you know, the plan was first initiated 30 years ago almost. The town of Grimsby joined 24 years ago. We've had that much time to join this, so the region has to have a massive amount of data collection already there and all the resources we need to do it ourselves. So I don't think we need to be doing it. We can agree on climate change and we can't agree on climate change, but I agree one thing. We don't need to have an expenditure when we got next door that can do it for us for free.
So do you want to add that to your motion?
I want to add that to the motion then. Yes, I would, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. That we, I just lost it because I even asked here in my motion, no, it's not just, I even asked for council review the municipal primary. Let's get educated. Council review, page 3, and let's do this. Let's go to the region and make an amendment to my motion that we get the region involved and have the region initiate this.
No, so do you want to, I want to make sure that everybody's happy. Let's get some language there and we'll see what they, okay?
I know it's free, but it's never free. Nothing's free in this world. Nothing. And just to one other thing, I just wanted to make a note, Mr. Mayor, that there are 400 municipalities involved, but that's not in Ontario, that's in Canada, and there's 3,573 municipalities in Canada, so there's still 3,173 that aren't a part of the Partners for Climate Protection.
Okay, come on. Okay, I've got, one sec. You'll get a chance to speak. Nobody's going to get cut off. I'm gonna ask for a mover and a seconder to go past 10 o'clock because we're not even halfway through the agenda. So I got Councillor Settons and Councillor Hanley. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Can you show them the amendment that Councillor Hanley put to his own motion? That staff be directed to consult with the regional municipality of Niagara with respect to available resources to meet any legislative requirements pertaining to climate change. Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. That's why we're partners with them.
Well, wait. And the original seconder on your motion was Councillor DeRose. Councillor DeRose, are you good with that?
I would like to change climate change to the provincial tools necessary.
Well, it's relating to that. That's what the tools are.
With respect to available.
You say climate change, that's broad.
Well, that's what the tools are related to.
Yeah, the tools, the available resources. I think that's good because available resources, Councillor DeRose, to meet any legislative requirements, covers it right there.
Okay, you're going to second that. Okay, now we're going to continue our discussion. Okay, I had Councillor DeRose, then I'm going over here. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Hanley reiterated, this isn't free. If we believe that, then we're totally off base. Secondly, it was a co-op student from Brock that helped write this report. And as Councillor Hanley said, she had stated, well, co-op students could do it. And I just want to ask Jason, what are these tools that we need from the province? What free tools are we getting?
Through the mayor, the purpose of joining the PCP was to access the tools, identify whether they're of any use. That determination hasn't been made. Like I said, we haven't put any time into this at all.
No, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but can't we, as Councillor D'Angelo, Longo, Hanley had said earlier, can't we share information instead of trying to reinvent the wheel at the expense of taxpayers?
Well, that's what the intent of this is, to start the ball rolling.
Let's find out what they did. Let's find out what worked, what didn't work. But at this point, I don't think we should go forward with this. And I'll be supporting his motion 100%. Let's not try to reinvent the wheel. We do this all the time. They talk about amalgamation. This is one of the things that we should be sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRose. Councillor D'Angelo and then Councillor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the amendment because I brought it up earlier, to work with the regional municipality. But I would also, if they have any subject matter experts, have them come to council and present some information to help us. There's, like Councillor Hanley said, we need to educate ourselves, and let's bring them here. We I think have 3 on the docket right now that we're trying to get: transit, waste management, and there was another
Police services.
Police services here. This is where we got to start working together as municipalities. And the ones I'm mentioning are the region. So the region needs to start working with us more cooperatively. And maybe I'm going to ask our Director of Finance. I think we pay around 50% of our taxes go to the region, if I'm not mistaken. It's about 40? Okay, so it's
40. I think it's pretty well 40, 40, 20, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's, but I don't know if that's going to be taken as getting available resources, but to also include there potentially to have them come and do a bit of a presentation or an information session to council.
That'll be duly noted.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Decker, let's go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Jason, not to put you on the spot, but I want to make sure that you have the tools that you need to get done what you have to, because you're being mandated to do this. So do you want to use these tools, or are you good to go to the region to research with them what you need? Because I want us to support our staff to make sure that they have the tools that they need to get this done.
Mr. Mayor, the City of Thorold does not have climate change experts on staff, and these policies and plans have to be done. And therefore, if we're not utilizing, I can't comment on whether or not staff are going to be able to utilize these tools because that assessment hasn't been made. We certainly can consult with the region to see whether or not that is a service that they're able to assist us with. We would be at the mercy of the region, I would say, and determining whether or not that. But either way, staff need to find a way of getting the work done in some way.
I can say this, though, Jason, that they just went through their official plan, and that was part of it that was incorporated into it. So I would hope that they have some fresh and information that they'd be able to share. Go ahead, Councillor Sentence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we know this is mandated. So if we're going to do this second part, why are we still doing the first part? Why don't we take the rescind off, go to the region and see what they have, and then come back at this? Why do we have to rescind this if we're going to be investigating if there's somebody out there all ready to do the job? I don't want to rescind and take the tools away and we can't come back to it if we're going to be investigating. So why is number 1 still in there if we're going to be going forward with the region to ask them what they have? And maybe at the end of the day, the region says, yeah, we have everything you need, here you go. Then we rescind it. But I'm not for rescinding it right now.
Thank you. And I'll get Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO. Do you think that the region would be receptive to working for us for free and helping us with this? Because they have staff that they have to pay. So
Region will definitely not be receptive to working with us for free. That's for sure. They will share some resources with us, but there will be a cost to it.
right, so they would be a consultant basically. So we're spending money either way. And do the region have climate experts? I don't know. I don't think they do.
No.
This was brought up before in another matter, and Thorold South, and they had no climate experts to guide us on a gas plan.
Go ahead, Councillor D'Angelo.
I'm not looking for the region to be the subject matter experts. I'm looking, if they've already done their policy, I'm looking at how we can adapt their policy to us. So staff's going to have to do that regardless if it's A or if it's B. They're still going to have to do this. I'd like to know, again, I don't have all the answers here, but one of the questions I have, what is the penalty for not compliance, and when is that implemented for not meeting the provincial standards? If there's 3,000 or 400 municipalities in Ontario, are all other ones compliant, and we're the only ones that are not? And where are they in the compliance level? Those are questions I need answered. So I don't know if we could get a staff report. Like, there's been a lot of questions. I don't know if we could get staff to look into some of that information and come back. I'm not 100% objective to delaying the rescinding until we have further information, because I wanted to be in a position where we had more information. We're not there. So now how can we accomplish that and still make a good decision at the end of the day? And there's a lot of variables still up there. So I'm looking at the mover and the seconder, if they have some amenability to put a little bit of deferral, collect some more information, get a staff report back, say in 2 months, to give us a bit more information of where we're headed. But I look for them to see if they want to adjust that.
Councillor Hanley, since it's your motion, are you willing to do anything to other than what's there now?
What do you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor D'Angelo, what are you looking for at this time? Are you looking for not to join at this time and get information? Because I've always been an advocate of that. I've been stating it and talking to other councillors. We need to educate ourselves on what we're actually getting into and about energy and climate and so on and so forth. The way that it was brought forward, if I could just comment on it, last year on December 13, I honestly believe it should have never been brought by a staff member. It should have been brought by the CAO, and a report should have come back to council, because this, to me, was just a personal agenda item that came forward and brought upon council, and we were blindsided, honestly, on January the 17th last year. That's why I asked for a deferral to the budget, because all of a sudden this was put on our lap, and we were told, like, if we don't do it, well, I can tell you something. I've done a lot of research, and I haven't found one municipality yet that's been fined for not being in compliance with it, and I've gone back to 2009 when the regulation was implemented for the Energy Conservation Demand Management Plan. I've done a lot of research with the province. The province isn't like mandating. The province is saying here, more or less, that's why these groups are excusing themselves from any liability. They're putting it on us, because if everything goes south, they're washing their hands, the Federal Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the federal government. So that alone alarms me, as I mentioned. So I believe that rescinding the program at this time, as I said, we can join, we can come back at any time we want. We go to the region, we see what initiatives the region can give us. And personally, why is the Partners for Climate Protection never came here before in front of us in council and explained to us? That's what we need. Why don't we do that? Like Councillor D'Angelo said, they're a big corporation, ICLI. They're all over the world. I don't even know they started in Germany, and the gentleman from ICLI is now a governor on the World Economic Forum. So they got lots of resources. So I would like to see someone from the Partners for Climate Protection here so we can question them. That's alarming too. We're being asked to get into this program, but the people that are implementing or want us to implement their views won't come here and explain to us at council what their views and what their agenda is and give us an opportunity to question them. So that's why I want to rescind it. Let's rescind it. We could even add then number 3, to staff be directed to get in touch with Partners for Climate Protection and have them come here and make a presentation so we can question them and get a bigger insight as to what they're offering. So we can question them and they can answer. That's amazing too. Why ain't they here?
What are you looking for here?
I'm just trying to make sure that we have the information to do justice to this issue. Okay. Rescinding it sort of takes the exploration of whatever tools they have. So I expected this now, right? So I gave it 1 year when I proposed this. And I'll ask you, Mr. Mayor, can we get this done in 3 months so that we defer for a 3-month period to have a staff report come back? We invite the
Partners for Climate Protection.
that gives staff some time to review what tools are available there. It gives staff some time to review what the region does. It gives staff time maybe to speak to another municipality to come back with some information. So right now, we're going to throw everything on the table for, I'm just 3 months if it's a reasonable amount of time, so we could see, and the other answers I need is, how badly is this mandated? What are the other municipalities doing? Who's not in compliance? And what's the provincial government doing to assist us? These are questions I don't have answers to. So I don't want to jump at anything. Going in and going out may not be the right answer. I know we all have views on the issue, but from a strategic point from council, let's put as much information in front of us. And I'm asking for a shorter time span than the 1 year so that we can deal with this, because then we're also working through our strategic plan at this point in time, so we'll also get some information from what the general public wants us to do and push what items they'd like to see council move forward with. So it's a bit of a compromise so that we're all looking at trying to get something done here with the most information possible. That's what I'm sort of proposing. I'm not a wordsmith at times. I'm an accountant, so I'll let the wordsmith be done by someone else.
If that's a friendly amendment, Mr. Mayor, through you from Councillor DeAngela, I'll accept it that we go that route.
Well,
we need to educate
let's wait
ourselves.
until we get it up and then make sure everybody's comfortable with it and that they
So,
understand.
just for clarity, are we looking at not rescinding at this point, but revisiting in 3 months after staff has both consulted with the region and also with
Any other, why don't you put pause? Pause. While you do the rest of the stuff.
pause on what? Sorry.
Instead of rescind, put pause until you do the rest of the stuff.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just throwing that.
And
it's up to you.
Are
It's
you
your
also-
motion. It's your motion.
Are you also, through you, Mr. Mayor, requesting that someone from the
Climate Protection come here and
appear?
make a presentation to council.
Okay.
Because that's the one thing, they want us to implement their program and everything, but not one of them have ever come here or given me any literature. So a staff member come here, we have to take that into consideration, council. We had a staff member last year, January, mentioned how important and how quickly we needed to sign up on this. But yet, in the 12 months and 13 months since then, we've never been given one piece of information or nothing from the partners from Climate Protection in regards to the plan. That to me is alarming. Get them here, let them answer some questions, tell us what the plan's all about. We do with everybody else, you know, that wants to come and have them be a part of the city and implement plans. We ask them to come and make a presentation.
What it was before.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could just interject, that's why I was asking, I looked at staff, is a 3-month time enough to gather this stuff so that we can have a comprehensive report?
Jason, we're putting you on the hot seat because if you say yes, then you're under the gun for 3 months.
Even 3-4 months.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I live on the hot seat. We can certainly bring a report back with whatever information we have to provide council at the 3-month time period.
Thank you. You good with that, Councillor Hanlon? Okay.
Yeah, I'm good for that because I don't think the rescinding's going to go forward at this time, but I think educating ourselves will go forward and give us an open mind when we come back in 3 months and then see where we're at there and whether or not we can use these other resources to move us along with this so-called climate change.
So you're going to see the third amendment and the rescind has been changed to pause.
Yes.
Okay. And then the third, what have you added? Now you're up number 4 now.
I like this wholesome discussion too.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can put up what I have on the screen and.
Yeah. I want 1 second. Well, wait till we get the motion on the screen.
We should start coffee and donuts after 10 too.
I'm starting to get weak. Okay. Councillor Hanley, this is your motion, so I want you to, because if you agree to this, you and Councillor DeRose, it's a friendly amendment, okay? Then we don't have to vote
I'll
on it.
agree to, whereas the Council of the City of Thorold support the motion to pause the resolution to join the Partners for Climate Protection, and whereas those in public office, like, we can keep all that down, because, you know, another reasoning too, Mr. Mayor, I want to come back to council so that we can get public input also as to what our residents want us to do.
Okay, so are you good with what's up there now?
Yes.
Okay, and Councillor DeRose, you're the seconder?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to remove my second. I think that rescind should still stay in.
Okay, who wants a second? Councillor DeAngelo.
You never get it.
Okay,
They would have never voted for it.
okay. Any further discussion on this motion? Go ahead. Did you want to speak, Councillor De Davides?
Oh, no, what I wanted to say, I agree with Jim. It's getting a little bit messy down here, and everyone's all confused, and we need some clarity, and I agree with Mr. D'Angelo also. We need to get people down here, and we need to get educated more, so giving a pause is the best thing for us tonight, because all of us are all over the board, and we need some clarity, so I totally agree with Jim.
Okay, and Councillor Hare, did you want to speak?
Yeah, just lastly, I won't support the amendment. I don't want to pause the work that has just been started. I'd like to stick to the fully supported motion by all members of council that we work with the organization for 1 full year, come back to council, report where we are, and then as well, an honest decision can be made as to whether or not we should move forward. And within that time frame, because it may not be possible to get a member to come and speak in front of council and of staff, that we have ample time to invite them and have them come.
Okay, so that's, but that motion is the motion that's on the floor.
I know. I was just saying I'm not supporting it.
Okay, is everybody else good? Go ahead, Councillor Decker.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Does that mean that then the staff still have the tool to use for the 3 months for when they bring the report back to council? That was my
According to the way the
understanding when,
motion's written, no, I would say no.
but that
Okay?
was the whole purpose of
I would
what
say
that
that-
Councillor D'Angelo was saying, that he still wanted them to have access to those tools so he could bring the report back
According to the
while
way,
he was investigating other avenues.
but it's,
region.
according to the motion, it's no, okay?
Then I can't support it that way.
That's fine.
Thank you.
But that's the, I'm giving you the explanation of what the motion states. Go ahead, Councillor Sen.
Yeah, I thought the pause was going to be on the rescinding. We wouldn't rescind until we had more information, so staff can continue to do
They're
their-
doing what they're doing,
doing what
there's a
they're doing.
pause on it, okay? So that means nothing's happening with it.
Right, so they can't do anything with it. We're pausing this program right now.
That's what that means.
Okay, I can't support that. I don't know why we're not letting them continue. Then they can give us the information that Councillor D'Angelo was talking about.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
not
Mayor.
what the motion says, I'm just telling you.
No, and I'm going to agree with the last 3 councilors that spoke. I don't think we should pause it. I think we should move forward for 3 months. If we don't get the answers we want, then at that point, with the information provided, we'll opt out if we need to. Okay, we'll move forward, opt out, or pause. But I think we're signed up. Let's use the tools. And that way, staff will have experience with the tools and tell us if there's any value.
Councillor Hanley, you've heard what
Yeah.
your fellow councillors.
I just wanted to say that councillor not be worried. What they've mentioned, that's why I want PCP here. They mentioned about a 5-step plan. That's why they want us to sign on for 5 years, because it's a step for every year. And if they become a part of our official plan, we're legislated by law to do whatever they put in that official plan or the strategic plan. We could change it outright. That's the way it would work.
What we're saying now is if you take that out, it's going to be revisited in 3 months when the report.
That's right.
Okay?
Yeah, so they could, if they want to go out and get whatever tools they want in 3 months,
So you're
let them go get whatever tools they can, and in 3 months, we're going to come back.
Exactly.
But like Councilor Joe says, what are the
What
tools?
they're saying is, take the pause out and leave rescind in, because the rest of the motion states that in 3 months we're coming back.
That's right.
Are you good with that?
Yes.
So we're going back to,
We're going, like, I've said in council, and all the councils I've talked to, we are not educated on this whatsoever. We're going by one person staff's recommendation. We can allow staff to do what they want for 3 months, but here's the issue. We've already had a reconsideration motion for joining. So if we do the 3 months, no, the reconsideration motion didn't go through. So, but now what happens if we go for the 3 months? Do we have to go back to a reconsideration motion?
well, I'm going to get the clerk now to speak on that. That's a good question. Go ahead, and I'll ask Matthew to speak to that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. No, the council's already made the determination. It's not a reconsideration. So if this passes and we report back in 3 months, at that time, council can revisit the membership.
That's what I want to
One
hear.
thing I'd just like to add, I just want to be careful we don't amend that first clause so it is contrary to the original motion. So currently it's read as pause. Whether it's pause or rescind, you can vote on clause 1 separately from the other 2 clauses because it does sound out like there's a bit of confusion. But if you defeat clause 1 and keep clause 2 and 3, no matter what, staff come back in 3 months and council will still have an opportunity at that time to rescind the membership.
Or we could take clause 1 right out.
Yeah, or the mover and seconder could remove clause 1.
Do that.
That's up to you.
Hey, I'll take the advice of the clerk and I'll remove clause 1.
Okay. And then, but it's understood that 3 months.
We're coming back in 3 months.
That's right. Okay?
Hey, but and as the one thing there, we need someone from the Partner from Climate Protection to come in and explain the program so they can be questioned on it.
Within the 3 months period.
Right.
Okay.
I'm the seconder on that. I'm agreeable to removing.
That's correct. That's, okay. So the motion's gonna come up now. Clause 1 stricken, clause 2 and 3 are there, and then there's going to be a 3 months where they come back, okay?
Yes?
Just so everybody's clear, that's what's up there. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Councilor.
A question, Mr. Mayor. So you're saying, as Councilor Longo reiterated, we're sticking with it for now?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
everything's in place. In 3 months, everything gets revisited.
Yeah, I won't
As
support
well
that.
as having someone come to council, dealing with the region to see if they have the tools that we can use. And anyway,
Thank you.
is there any further discussion? I had a mover and seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That was a wholesome discussion. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the statutory public meeting under the Planning Act.
Somebody wants to go to the washroom or something.
After the public meeting. I got to get this done. We. Okay, up next on the agenda is the statutory public meeting under the Planning Act. I'd like to call to order this public meeting being held pursuant to the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act as amended, respecting zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for 13030 Lundy's Lane. I'll call on David Falletta, Bowlesfields Incorporated, and Ralph Giannoni of Giannoni Petricone Associates for the applicant presentation. And who's up? Give your name and, because I don't know what one yet.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and the public. My name is David Falletta, and I am a registered professional planner with Bousfields. I'm joined by Ralph, who you mentioned earlier. We've also got members of our consultant team here to answer any questions. I'll just let you know what team members are here in case you have questions about specific disciplines. So we've got Rob from MTE, and he's from civil engineering. We've got Ming and Ralph from the architecture team. Ralph's going to be doing a bit of a presentation with us. Peter Horns, our project manager. And then we've got Robert from Thornton Tomasetti, who are doing the noise analysis, and Scott from Paradigm, who have completed the transportation study. In terms of our presentation today, I will be very brief. It's been a long evening for everybody. And I believe the clerk has a copy of the presentation. Are we able to put it on the screen? And basically, I'll be just doing a very brief overview of the site's context and the applicable policy framework. And then I'll hand it over to Ralph, who's going to walk you through the design. Next slide, please. Great. So again, I'll be very brief in terms of talking about the surrounding context. We know the site is within the Rolling Meadows secondary plan. We wanted to highlight some of the key neighborhood attributes. We know it's an evolving community, and we're really excited to be participating in the involvement of the community. To the northeast, you'll see a hatched area. That's the quarry application that you're all aware of. And then we know about some of the neighborhood amenities, including the schools, parks, places of worship, and then some of the existing commercial uses in the community. Next slide, please. We just wanted to kind of highlight where the site is. It's at the northwest corner of Thorold, Town Line Road, and Lundy's Lane. It's obviously the majority of the site is vacant, primarily farming. And then we've got an existing motel that's currently vacant as well. The site is approximately 22.97 hectares in size. It's got a significant frontage onto Lundy's Lane, about 325 meters. And then it's got a depth of about 600 meters along Thorold Town Line Road. I just wanted to also highlight that you notice that there's a triangular piece and then a sort of square piece. It's the site's bisected by the hydro corridor, which kind of comes across the site. Next slide, please. In terms of the official plant policies, this is in the Greenfield area. We know that there's a minimum density target of 50 residents and jobs per hectare, so we have to maintain at least a minimum. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then just wanted to highlight some of the policy framework that applies. We know that this is part of the city that is planned to grow and accommodate some of the future growth as forecasted by the province and the region. Next slide, please. We also know that the site is within the Rolling Meadows secondary plan, and it identifies generally what the vision for the site and the surrounding areas is. And we've tried to maintain the structuring elements of the plan, which includes the road pattern, as well as the commercial uses along Lundy's Lane. So we're trying to reorganize it as part of this application, which we'll get to when we talk about the vision. So in terms of the designation, we know that the secondary plan does identify that this is one of the higher priority areas within the community to develop and accommodate some of our growth. And then we know that there are overlays related to the quarry, as well as some planned land uses. Next slide, please. I won't go into too much detail about the zoning. It's basically a placeholder that allows these type of applications to determine what the appropriate zoning is for it. So they're basically, the existing and new zoning bylaw are establishing a holding zone until the development application moves forward, which is why we're here today, is to identify what we're planning to do. So next slide, please. So I'm going to finish before I turn it over to Ralph, who Ralph and his team are generally the ones that came up with the vision for the plan. But this is what's before you today, and it basically identifies a range of housing options. So we've got singles, townhouses, and then we've got mixed-use development blocks. as well as commercial mixed-use development blocks. So some of them are focused towards commercial as the predominant use, and others are focused towards residential. And again, Ralph will walk you through that. Then we've got proposed parkland, as well as a road widening and some servicing blocks. So we've got a stormwater management block as well as a pumping station block. So that's the general land use makeup. I'll now turn it over to Ralph, who's going to walk you through the design, and then I'll come back and sort of wrap up on where we're at today and what the next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Council. My name is Ralph Giannone. I'm principal of Giannone Petricone Architects. We're really proud to kind of be here to present what we think is a really good, responsible, but will hopefully become a joyful addition to your community. Next slide, please. When we first really came onto the project, one of our kind of key mandates was really to kind of create a really strong infrastructural plan that really embraces the public realm. So this slide kind of, how can I say it, kind of takes one of the key features of the site, which is the hydro corridor, which we think could be a wonderful linking piece for pedestrian movement, and to actually amplify it and create a park on either side of it at the north end, and then create a really strong, really wide tree-lined boulevard in a north-south direction, ending at these POP spaces, which are privately owned, publicly accessible park-like spaces. Of course, we have a stormwater pond, and as you heard, there's the two main streets on the south and of course on the east side. And then, of course, the next slide, please. What comes next is a pattern of roads, and the roads are both straightforward but also kind of more picturesque. We really felt that there's a kind of opportunity, given the size of the site, to kind of create diversity, both in types of road, but also the experience of how these roads and that public green layer that I mentioned earlier on. And of course, there's a kind of pattern of development that is very much sensitive both to the planned, to the planned community to the west of us, but also what you as a town have ambitions for this specific important site. So in the next slide, and I'm going quickly, given the time of the evening, there's an idea of transition to fit in both with the Rolling Meadows subdivision to the west of us. So there's kind of single-family homes, lower scale, low rise, that then steps up towards the southeast, towards a more intense mixed use and apartment component of our site. So the site is kind of bifurcated in half, with low rise on one side and climbing gently up towards the southwest. So again, a gentle transition towards the existing planned communities, but also kind of making sure that we're doing a responsible thing by providing both a diverse typology of housing. So if you go into the next slide. This shows basically the kind of idea that we've posited to date, which is showing yellow, our single-family detached. Then we have freehold towns, condominium towns in the peach colors, and then we have medium to high-rise. Again, I'm going to call them tall mid-rises along the south end, and then a mixed-use component, which is that coral color, which anticipates a more intensive commercial use, but potentially as well residential uses. Next slide. And of course, that all leads to a master plan, which is rendered here. You can kind of see the park at the north end, a kind of robust one, hopefully taking advantage of what could be a really wonderful amenity to connect a number of neighborhoods with the hydro corridor. You can see that double width tree-lined boulevard. We think it could be really quite an elegant, wonderful pedestrian experience for families and the inhabitants of this neighborhood to enjoy, connecting down to a series of buildings that make up both an apartment neighborhood as well as a kind of mixed-use commercial focus on the east side, looking at 46 detached dwellings, 264 townhouses, 1,700 eventual apartment buildings built over time, naturally resulting in 126 people and jobs per hectare. Again, doing, I think, a responsible intensification for your town. Next slide, please. And this is just an aerial just showing this demonstration. Again, you can really see how there's this transition towards the neighborhood at the bottom left of this image. Again, single family to single family, creating really simple connections, which we've had long conversations with city staff, creating connections, vehicular road connections to that neighborhood, and connecting to Thorold Town Line on the top of the page. And you kind of see how some of the, again, even the apartment typologies step down towards the low-rise neighborhood and gently step up towards the intersection. And then really quite excited about creating a real sense of place, leveraging the placemaking experience of retail as gathering spaces. So there's opportunities for little squares and almost like village greens that within the kind of more intensive mixed-use neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll finish quickly now. Some more information. I think it's important for the community to understand and for this council to understand is the phasing plan. We've identified a phasing plan with our application. So yellow is phase 1, phase 1B is the orange, and then phase 2 is the purple color, and phase 3. So obviously the more intense stuff comes later on as you develop the road pattern and as the commercial amenity starts to come in, then you start to add the taller buildings. Next slide, please. In terms of where we're at in the application process, we've done our application submission. We did some pre-consultation before that with staff. The application's now been circulated. We're waiting to get a consolidation of all the comments back. We've had our public meeting tonight. The intention is to gain feedback on the concept plan and make any necessary changes before we come back to this council for a recommendation. So that's generally where we're at in terms of the process. Next slide, please. In terms of the requirements, we have filed an official plan amendment and a rezoning and a draft plan of subdivision. I think the staff report summarizes those quite well. I won't take up any more of your time in terms of providing you any of the background information, but like I said before, we've got all the key disciplines here with us today, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
David and Ralph, thank you for the presentation, and I'll open the floor up for questions from council. I had Councillor Sentence first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters, thank you for the presentation. We've had something recently where I wasn't convinced the size of something where it was. This seems to be a good spot. So I know you're at the beginning stages and we'll go through different things, but you're going to hear it from everybody probably, parks, trees, sidewalks, and for myself, I come from that area. Where do you see your sewage going? Like, how do you reconcile that many people? And do you plan on using the new Niagara Falls one sending everything that way, or is this too early for that part?
Yeah, through you, your worship, to the councillor. I'll ask Rob to give me a hand here. He's the civil engineer. But we did file a functional servicing report, which details how we anticipate the population generated from the development would be serviced. And I'll pass it over to Rob now. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rob Mulick with MTE Consultants, the civil engineer for the consultant team on this project. Through the mayor, the functional servicing report that we submitted does detail but it gives preliminary design for sanitary discharge, and the design included in that FSR includes a new sanitary sewer going up Thorold Town Line Road about 400 meters, and then turning west on the Uppers Grove road allowance, which is not built yet, but there's road allowance there, and into the existing development there, where their sewer has been oversized and is at an appropriate depth to provide a gravity connection from this subdivision to the existing sewer.
Okay.
That discharges to Black Horse Pump Station,
right,
which goes on down
okay.
the line.
We can't send any more to Thorold South or Allenburg, so.
No,
thank-
I can
thank-
tell you from the
thank you.
region perspective that everything on the east side of the canal eventually will go to the new
That's what I
sewage
was
treatment plant.
wondering.
But that's, hopefully, if
Yeah.
funding comes from the other levels of government, it will be around 2027.
Good timing. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor D'Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of items have been mentioned, sidewalks, trees, parks. Just a few other things that I just wanted to sort of highlight. There's a lot of entrances on Town Line Road. I count 1, 2, 3, 4 entrances. Has any consideration been given to traffic calming measures? Town Line Road is a very fast road. There's not a lot of residential. There's a large section where there's nothing really there, and then cars tend to speed on that road. So has any consideration been given to some traffic calming measures there?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, there's a lot of sort of restrictions in terms of how the site can be accessed, especially, Lundy's Lane, and it's a MTO highway. We've, the preliminary layouts based on recommendations from the transportation expert, who's Scott, and he's with us today. I'll get Scott to answer how those items will be addressed through either conditions of approval or redesign submissions. So go ahead, Scott.
Hi there. At this point, traffic calming measures have not been identified. We have not yet received comments from the region or the city on the traffic study. If those are concerns that are raised, we can certainly address them.
Okay, well, I think they will be concerns. I would rather address them as you're going through the planning stages as opposed to hearing about them at our committee level later, because you have 4 entrances going on Town Line Road. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying that you may want to look at maybe some speed signs. Maybe there might have to be a stop sign somewhere along the way to reduce the traffic. That's something I just want you to be cognizant of. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was one item, Mr. Mayor. The other one is, I'm not sure, again, this is more foresight thinking, and I don't know if we have a plan. It's regarding transit. Like, are any of these roads going to be able to have a transit bus go through them? Because as this whole I don't know if there's a plan for the whole subdivision in terms of transit and how it's going to interact. Is that something that's been considered?
Through you, your worship, to the council. That's a great question. And one of the things we did early on is we identified where transit stops now. So Lundy, we know that the bus comes down Lundy's Lane, it gets to Davis Drive, and then it rotates back down Lundy's Lane. We think there's an opportunity, and that's part of the reason why we put the higher density stuff at the corner. We think there's an opportunity to bring that bus to that corner, and then there will be several opportunities on how that bus gets back and where the routes go. But again, we'd be looking for comments from the region and the transit provider to confirm what the best route is. And in terms of the width of the streets, as Ralph mentioned, these are wider streets. So Street A and Street B are the two sort of collector roads that would bring the traffic through, and we anticipate that they're wide enough to accommodate. And again, we'd be working with your staff to ensure that that route makes sense.
Okay, no, that's good, great news to hear, because if you don't plan for it now, it's harder to put like a little island so that you have traffic flow, and Highway 20 would be a good spot for that. So I'm glad you're thinking of that. The other one is, I see we have parks that are going to be in the northern part of the piece of property. Any consideration, I know usually playground equipment goes in there, but any consideration towards a splash pad? The reason I bring that up, or any other amenities that require servicing to get it done in advance, as to try to do it later, it's more expensive, because we're seeing another request elsewhere for a splash pad. So if we're going to put one in, let's put it in now, or at least put the servicing there. Any consideration been given to what's going into the park?
Through your worship, to the councillor, absolutely. At this stage, we're still at the draft plan stage in terms of the amount of parkland that gets dedicated, and then through the conditions of approval, we'll be working with your team to identify, and your staff to identify what the appropriate service connections are required for the park. So what type of water service would be required, or any other sanitary service for bathrooms or whatever infrastructure is needed, and then that would be determined through the conditions of approval and comments that we get back from your team.
Okay, excellent to hear that. Then the last one I have, some may agree with me, some may disagree with me, but usually when you have parkland and some dedication there should be some parking spots around there. So if people are traveling and they're using a vehicle, I'm just using the example, I don't have the name of the road, but right where the water pond is, I see there's like the road that bends around and it connects to the park. Sometimes just 2 or 3 parking spots are ample enough to provide that people the opportunity to go there, especially if the park has, say, a splash pad, other amenities. There might be some people driving there that don't specifically walk to it. So the last thing you want to do is just start putting people all over the road, especially if you have a nice park there. So some consideration into some additional parking spots along the roadways to accommodate vehicles. And I know the one big thing I always like to see is parking just on one side in advance, so when people move in, they know that there's some restrictions there. Again, it helps the servicing of the property in terms of maintenance of plowing. So those are the things I'd like to see a little bit more looked at, and obviously trees and other amenities there.
Yeah, no, through you, your worship, to the councillor, we've thought about that, and part of the reason why we've got sort of that landing park that bleeds through is that it has frontage on that street, which is a wider street, and there is an opportunity there for street parking. But I think we can definitely work with your team to identify locations for even more parking if required.
Excellent. I really appreciate that. And then the last thing I just want to comment, there's no cul-de-sacs there, so I think you're doing a great job in the planning of the subdivision. It helps our snow plows clear the roads a lot quicker than getting trapped into some cul-de-sacs that cause problems. So that, to me, is forward thinking, so I like that. Thank you.
Just before I move on, I can say that if you work with the region, we were successful in getting speed reduction on Thorold Town Line Road from Beaver Dams Road to Thorold Stone Road reduced, and as well we got the speed reduced at the intersection on McLeod Road, because by Barron and McLeod is extremely busy. So other than adding traffic calming, the speed reduction would be a no-brainer in that subdivision area, I would think.
Yeah, no, thank you, your worship. And we anticipate that, the main intersection on Thorold Town Line Road will be a controlled access intersection, so likely traffic lights that will inevitably slow down traffic. So,
yeah. Who else?
For you, Mr. Mayor, most of my questions have been already asked. I'm really glad to see that you're dedicating space for playground, and I do hope a splash pad goes in there. Obviously, maybe I missed it, but there will be retail spaces there as well. For maybe shops or restaurants, LCBO or something in that area, which is much needed. Just.
Yeah, no, through you, your worship, to the councillor, we absolutely have a strong retail component, and we've identified locations within the base of buildings in our master plan, as well as standalone retail spaces, and the ownership group is actively pursuing grocery stores. So they're looking very diligently to find a retailer, because they agree that that there's a need for a grocery store.
Yeah,
in this
there
location.
sure is, with an LCBO in it. Thank you.
Councillor Davidson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions are answered. I had one question. Will it be anything under $500,000 to get in there? Is there any spots in there under 5?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor, we're not at the point yet where we've identified sort of what the marketing is, but I think what we're trying to do is add a mix of housing to this neighborhood. There aren't a lot of apartment housing, and we know that apartments are usually less than single family homes and street townhouses. So adding the mix, we don't know exactly what that price point is, and we don't know what the level of affordability is in Thorold just yet. We know what the numbers are for Niagara Falls, but we'll be working with your staff to find what that number is and try to make it as affordable as possible. That's why we're trying to.
Okay, because the reason I asked, in Hamilton, there's zero out there for $500,000. Nothing left, and that's from impact, 0. So it'd be nice to get something in our direction, our way, if you can incorporate something like that. And from start to finish, how many years will this take, you think? What do you project?
Through your worship to the councillor, if you ask the ownership group, less than a year, but I think ideally it's going to be market driven. There's a lot of units that are being proposed within this, and we anticipate it'll be done in phases. And usually these type of communities, you see the low rise stuff get eaten up quickly, and then the high rise stuff takes a little bit longer to build. And those high rise buildings, typically we find anything over 10 stories would take at least 2 years to build. So, when you start adding up each tower, by the time the community's fully built out, it'll take a long time. We don't have an exact projection. It's dependent on the market.
Oh, just curious, and they're all condos, right?
At this point, we're leaving them flexible, and we think that there's opportunity to maybe do some rentals and some condos, but there might be opportunities to do some like what we've proposed in the zoning bylaws to also allow for retirement homes and other uses, so that there is a flexibility in the land use, so we can accommodate the entire market.
Because there's a desperate need for rentals out there too.
Yeah.
Thank you. It looks great too.
Councillor O'Hare, then I'm going to go over here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Falletta. I really am pleased that you're putting in commercial and mixed use. It's really important in these neighborhoods. We've been talking about it for a long time. So thank you for including that and incorporating that. I have a couple of questions. One is, it's great to see the green space. It's great to see the trails. I agree with Councillor D'Angela that we should encourage you to think about a small parking area close by so that people can access it, especially those that are going to live furthest away. I want to ask a couple of things. The private roads, those, of course, you're going to be responsible for clearing the snow and taking care of that. That's the blue dotted ones on page 9 that I'm referring to. So you've got the upper section in the northwest. Yep. And a section on the south as well.
That through you, your worship, to the councillor, absolutely. Those are condominium blocks that would be serviced from private roads, and those private roads would have a condo fee associated with clearing snow and collecting garbage and all that fun stuff.
Great. Okay. And I noticed that you don't have a lot of elevation drawings. It would have been nice to have seen some of the concepts a little bit more clearly. So lots of plan, but the elevations do dictate how it is eventually going to look. So that would have been greatly appreciated.
Yeah, no, through you, your worship, to the councillor, hear you loud and clear. And, Ralph's office is, they're award-winning architecture firm out of Toronto, and it's still an evolution in terms of where the plan is today. So baking in those final details is difficult at this stage. We're still at sort of the official plan and draft plan stage, but we're happy to provide a little bit more guidance on that before the recommendation report.
Great. And I noticed that through the presentation you don't talk about how many stories the tallest apartment buildings will have. I think I found something in your wind study, but I'm not sure if that's a true fact. 18 stories, is that what you're looking at here?
Yeah, through you, your worship, to the councillor. In terms of heights, yeah, we would be looking for up to 20 stories at the corner.
Okay, and the number of units that you have suggested, apartment units 1,753. Are those a mix, single bedroom, double bedroom, or 4-bedroom condos? How do you perceive that to be developed?
Yeah, again, through you, your worship, to the councillor, that's exactly it. What we've done at this stage, we're still again at the official plan and rezoning stage. We're establishing sort of a maximum unit count, and that determines generally what traffic is generated from that and how much of the infrastructure is able to accommodate that unit count. So at this point, we've allowed for a mix of units. So there would be bachelors, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom. And the ratios aren't exactly established at this point, but we'd be happy to bring those details back a little bit closer. I think generally we're at about 60% one bedroom, and then 30% two bedroom, and then 10% a mix of three bedroom.
And good, thank you. And I assume that the green space that you're providing meets the suggestions or recommendations from bylaw?
Through you, your worship, to the councillor. I'm assuming you're talking about in terms of minimum parkland dedication requirements?
Correct.
Yeah, as established in the Planning Act. Yes, we meet the minimum 5%.
Okay.
Required. In addition, I'll note that the proposed POP spaces, those are sort of an over dedication, and they're intended to be privately owned, but accessible to all the public to provide the additional space. Yeah.
Can you explain that a little bit more, how that would work? Privately owned, publicly accessed?
Yeah, through your worship, it's basically what they are is they're owned. They're not owned by the city. So public parks are owned by city. So these would be a plaza space outside of a restaurant, for example, that is accessible to the public. And so if you've ever been to at the corner of, I guess it's not Garner. It would be just, there's a Starbucks just east of the corner of Lundy's Lane and Garner Road. It's right by the Freshco there. Anyways, there's a sitting area outside of a outside of a Starbucks. And it's Kaler. Kaler, at the corner of Kaler. If you've ever been to that Starbucks, there's a little sitting area. That would generally be considered a POP space, but it's probably not publicly accessible because it's associated with it. But it's an area like that which would be accessible to the public and be sort of a patio space that would function as a parkland. Anybody can access over it, so there would be an easement in favor of the city, and then the owner would pay to maintain that space, but it would be accessed by the public.
Okay, great. And last question, I noticed that...
Said two questions an hour ago.
I never said two.
Yes. Go ahead.
A couple can mean many.
Go ahead.
Okay, last question. And I'll say it slowly. Your Street A appears to be leading directly into Rolling Meadows property. Is that something that needs to be figured out?
Yeah, through you, your worship, to the councillor, you may recall that I did delegate as part of the Rolling Meadows subdivision when it was before you, the red line approval. That was one of the changes to their red line approval, is to relocate that access. So our Street A wants to go to that location because it provides a collector road connection to Davis Road. So if you know where Davis Road brings us back to Lundy's Lane. So we're trying to get as many connections, direct connections to Davis Road as we can. So we've got the one in the south, which is Horizon Heights, but we'd also like Street A. So we're working with them to try to resolve that issue. And we anticipate that we can get there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Just before you go on, we haven't had a meeting that has gone this long this term, so a little bit of education for everybody. Although we have extended past 10 o'clock, the procedural bylaw does advise that no meeting may proceed beyond the hour of 11, according to section 9.3. So you will require 2/3 majority of all of council in order to suspend the rules of the procedural bylaw and continue past 11.
Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder, Councillor Hanley, Councillor DeRose, to go past 11 o'clock.
Suspend the rules of the procedural bylaw to go past 11 o'clock.
To suspend the rules. All those, we need 2/3. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
That's why you wanted me to hurry.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. Through you to the presenter. Is the current owner committed to completing the project? They're not getting this rezoned to sell, are they?
Through your worship, to the council, I neglected to mention it earlier. The ownership group is here today, so we've got Jeremiah and Milana from Rodanco Hospitality Inc. They are here, and they are definitely committed to building this out. You will note on the presentation there's a an icon of Placemaker, which is their new development corporation that they intend to build. And they've put a lot of effort and a lot of meetings with this design team into creating something special here for this community. So I can tell you that they're definitely sincere with the application today.
That's good to hear. Please keep your answers as short as my question. Are they committed to the commercial space? They're not going to come back and ask to turn this into residential later, are they?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, no, the application proposes
Okay, thank you.
commercial.
And the final question, concerns of the quarry. Are there any concerns about the quarry? Nobody's mentioned it. It's right next door. Are there any issues that we need to be, or you need to be concerned about?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, I can't be brief on this. I apologize. There's a bit of background. So we've submitted multiple letters to the region and to the City of Niagara Falls in processing that application. In general, if we can sort of water it down to a couple of, we anticipate that we don't have significant issues with the quarry. Generally, we think that if they are able to slightly modify how they're extracting the material, that we won't have any impacts on our lands. So that's what we've requested them to do. If they aren't able to do that, we'll have to revise the design slightly to accommodate additional buffering to the quarry. But we anticipate that, we have ongoing meetings with the quarry. We actually have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow that we're hoping we can resolve a lot of these issues and leave our plan intact.
Are you done, Councillor Longo? Okay, Councillor Thorold.
I'll be brief too. Great presentation. Looks like you guys have put together a very highly competent team. I love the concept. All my questions have been answered except one. Have you decided on a parking ratio yet?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, we are not proposing to modify the parking ratio at this point. We're still working through some of those details. At least I don't think we're proposing to modify the parking ratio. No, we're not. So in our draft zoning bylaw, we're not proposing to modify it. We think that we're able to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, I want to thank David and Ralph and the whole team that's here tonight. Your presentation. Up next, I have a registered speaker, Callum Shedden, Daniel and Partners LLP, and I'll call on Callum to speak on the application. Is he here online?
Yes, he is. I've just unmuted him now.
Okay. Callum, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm
Please
not seeing myself on screen, but
state your
I'm fine
name
with
and
that.
position just for the record.
Yes, Callum Shedden, a lawyer of Daniel and Partners, 300B 4th Avenue, first floor, St. Catharines. And I'm here representing Rolling Meadows Land Development Corporation. Mr. Mayor, Rolling Meadows is not here, and I'm not here to object to this development. What I'm here to talk about tonight is cost sharing. So Rolling Meadows, as you know, being a large developer adjacent to this proposed development, has put a lot of infrastructure to the ground that Rudanco will get the benefit of. And that would include sewers, which you've heard will be used by this development, the water supply, external hydro oversizing, all of the usual things. Upper Canada Consultants, as the consultant for Rolling Meadows, has done cost-sharing calculations with respect to the Rudanco development and also with respect to Parkbridge, the other adjacent development. In terms of Rudanco's share, the estimate is that their share in cost sharing would be in the $1,500,000 range. So it's a significant amount of money. So, as I said, Rolling Meadows isn't here to object to another developer's proposal. We're here to ask that in considering this proposal, Council also considers the interest of Rolling Meadows in getting paid for the infrastructure it's provided. So in The Uppers Grove development that Park Bridge has draft plan approval of, council approved cost sharing provisions as part of the draft plan conditions. And the request of Rolling Meadows is that council do likewise when it comes to draft plan approval for the Rodanco development. The draft plan conditions that were approved for Uppers Grove were in section or paragraph 15 of the draft conditions. And there's 3 paragraphs there. I won't read them. I've provided them to the clerk, and I'm sure your staff are well aware of them. But essentially, it requires a cost-sharing agreement and that the city and be satisfied that cost-sharing has been adequately addressed prior to registration of the plan of subdivision. So that's what was done in the Park Bridge draft plan approval, and that's what Rolling Meadows is requesting be done for the Rodanco approval. As I said, the infrastructure that Rolling Meadows put in place through their development as the first developer will now benefit Rodanco, and Rolling Meadows just wants to ensure that it gets paid its fair share of cost sharing, hence the request tonight. Those are my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Callum. I'll open the floor for any questions. Go ahead, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Shedden. Mr. Shedden, have you met with the proponent here tonight? Have you had any discussion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't met with them with respect to cost sharing. We have had some discussions with respect to the road alignment, as the presenter alluded to, and we likewise expect that that can be resolved.
I guess I need to ask you a question. Do you think it would be prudent for you and the proponent, or Rolling Meadows and the proponent, to try to work this out and come to council with a plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our experience has been that it's better to have it in the agreement because that tends to avoid litigation. It helps people to work things out when they have a contractual obligation to do so.
Yeah, and I do agree with that, but would you be able to work out a number? I guess I'll cut right to the chase, and we could put it in our plan.
I'm certain my client would like that to happen, but it is, there's a lot of our consultant or Rolling Meadows consultant will have to discuss this with the proponents consultants, and there's interest charges and various, and reasonable people can disagree on these things. So yes, we'd love to have a chance to sit down and see if we can work it out, but the request would still remain the same, that it be an obligation under the draft plan conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Hare.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Shedden. Mr. Shedden, this cost-sharing arrangement that you're hoping to achieve, is this something that, with all the development that's going on these days, that comes into conversation often? Is this a regular additive to making these developments?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, indeed, especially when you have large developments like we have here, where you have the Rolling Meadows development, which is an extremely large development, and the Rodanco development alongside it, also extremely large, looking to tie into existing services. So yes, this is something that happens on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, Callum, thank you for coming to council and presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, at this time, is there anyone online or present in the chamber who wishes to speak on this application? Is there anyone online? I'll say it one more time. At this time, is there anyone online or present in the chamber who wishes to speak to this application? Seeing none, we move on to the planning report. 1131 DS 16 2024. Report DS 16 2024 is only presented to council for information purposes. It is currently open for questions and or comment from members of council. Please note, all comments will be captured by city staff and incorporated into the final report, which will be brought forward at a future council meeting for consideration. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the report? I got Councillor Sentence and Councillor Hanley. Are there any questions regarding the report? Go ahead, Councillor Hanley.
No questions, just comments, Mr. Mayor. I'm familiar with the area for which the development's going to occur and that stuff. I say that it looks to be a significant amount of work's already been done on it. They've done all the environmental studies. They've done the archaeological studies. And it'd be great to see that land be developed into residential, commercial uses. And I know them quite well, and I know they will leave no stones unturned when they get the development going. So I just want to comment on that.
Thank you, Councillor Hanley. Any further comments? Seeing none. So now we call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Adjournment of the public meeting. This fulfills the requirements of the Planning Act pursuant to Section 34. The public meeting portion of these applications is now adjourned. And once again, thank you, everyone. Okay, items for consent. Is there a mover and a seconder for the items as a block? We got 12.1 to 12.6 and 12.8 to 12.10. Can I get a mover and a seconder for those? I got Councillor Decker and Councillor O'Hare. Are we taking them as a block, or is there any that someone wants to pull? Go ahead, Councillor DeAngelo.
I have 12.1, 12.3, and 12.6.
Okay, anything else? Okay, seeing none, we had a mover and a seconder, 12.2, 12.4, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, 12.1. CAOC 1 2024 Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing Study on Regional Governments Update. Go ahead, Councillor DeAngelo.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report asks that you continue with potential speaking on this issue. Maybe if you could just give us a little update, what the last time you spoke, what's going on? Are they having more presentations? Just if you could give us a bit of an update.
So the report on the presentation, which we submitted to council, and we did the presentation at the Parkway? Yeah. You know, on Ontario Street, that's where it was. I think there was, 20 delegations that day? They may come back. We're hearing they're coming back a second time, and so if they do come back, we're working with other municipalities on the potential that we present again, or we present as a group. As well, we've written to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing and asked to set up a meeting with him as well. Not just to do with that, but also to do with issues relating to getting either a housing target or getting remunerated for the number of houses that are being built in our community. So that's where we're at with that. I'm not. There may be another round where we will be asked to delegate, or we may delegate with collectively with a group of municipalities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to hear that they're at least consulting and hopefully listening, because that's important. So a second round would be good, and I appreciate the update.
Thank you. And then when we send something, we'll always make sure we distribute it to council as well. Okay, so I had a mover and seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 12.3. CLC 14 2024 Parks, Trails and Recreation Advisory Committee motion regarding splash pad at Beaver Dams Park. Again, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I have no problem moving forward with additional splash pads in our community, but I think as opposed to doing a one-off, maybe if we could adjust the recommendation that we report back on the conditions of our current splash pads and other potential parks that can use a splash pad. So that way we're looking at it wholesomely, not just one specific one, and where some potential funding can come and when it can be done. So that's what.
So basically, you want to expand on that motion and include that language. Can I get a seconder for that? I got Councillor Decker. Okay.
And then also, to make sure included not just new, but maybe an update of our current ones and the condition that they are in, because they are all aging. So, thank you.
Okay, let me see. I'll wait till he writes that in, so and make sure. Okay, so we got the existing one, and then it's added that staff prepare a report with respect to the condition of current splash pads and possible locations for additional installations. Are you good with that?
Yep.
And we had a mover and seconder from the original one.
Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, is this a friendly amendment, or is it being brought by Councillor D'Angelo? Councillor
It's
Decker?
my amendment to my motion, so it's friendly.
Yeah.
Oh, you were the initial mover. Okay.
I tend not to argue against myself, but.
Is everybody
they
good
lose.
with that? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. What other one did you pull?
12-6.
I think 12.5 I circled. We're gonna have to vote on that because, do we have to wait till we go in camera on that, or could we vote on that now? That's the filling the vacancies.
You're
That's
just
why
receiving that one, Mr. Mayor?
What's that?
You'll just be receiving that one. We'll still go into close to fill the positions.
So 12.5, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so 12.6 was the remaining one, accounts payable to March 7th. And go ahead, Councillor D'Angelo.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to declare a conflict with JBM Office Systems. I believe the check number is 126139. My brother is employed by them. So I stated that at the early part of the meeting.
Yes, you did.
I had a conflict, but that's specifically, and that's the only one I saw. There was, the pages were, there's 49 pages, small print, so if I missed one, it's JBM Office Systems. I know there was one in there. Just some questions on some of the items here. I'm just pulling to the right page. Okay. Bear with me for 1 sec. Yeah, it's on page 6 of 49. It's in the property administration. There's a check to Trevi Properties, and it talks about snow removal. Is that just snow clearing or actually snow removal?
Can we get an answer to that, or if we can't, can we get an answer?
Is that around City Hall here? Is that, because it's under property administration, so it doesn't say snow clearing, it says snow removal, and it was almost $11,702. Seems excessive to be moving snow, but that's why I'm looking for a little bit of clarity on that.
Steve, are you aware?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a contractor that clears City Hall parking lot for us. So that would be the charges that they apply to us.
Is that, but his question is that for clearing snow or clearing snow and snow removal?
It's both, for clearing snow and snow removal. They remove it from the parking lot.
Okay. Councillor?
I don't know what the portion of it was removing, but can we not just push it up on some grass and let it melt? But that seems a little pricey, but just my thoughts. Next one. Okay, well, I'll jump to this one. It's on. It's regarding the Canada Summer Games. There's a lot of expenses in there, and one of the ones I just want to reiterate that I think we need to do some work on is the, if I just want to use the right terminology here, unused arena time. For 6 months, it was like almost $56,000. I've brought this up several times. Again, it's more of how we need to come up with a plan. That's $56,000 of ice time that's not being used at all. and that was that was only the past 6 months. We got a couple more months. What is our plan? Like, what are we doing with this unused ice time? Could we not give it to schools so they could do some skating there? Could we do some senior program there? Like, I just don't want to be talking about this every year. Like, again, I'm not harping on the facility.
That's a good point. Jeff, where are we situated? Maybe you can give some insight what the consortium's doing, because I know it's a problem, not just for our share, but also for our partners' share.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. We've recently completed a survey which collected a lot of good feedback from Thorold residents about utilization of the ice pads at Canada Games Park. And I know that Jacob's has been working on a plan to move some of our programming, like Tiny Tots, Stick and Puck. And we've also shared our data with the operators at Canada Games Park and the City of St. Catharines and Brock University to look at programming, senior skate, and other programs that we currently have at the Doherty Arena. So, but those programs will not likely be implemented until the ice goes back in August. I mean, we can bring back another report that talks about ice time utilization and how we're trying to optimize the use at that facility. But we also want to make sure that there's enough space available at Doherty so that we're not just moving the problem from one side to the next. The key is trying to balance the community's interest to access prime time. And but I think we're growing the programs. There's a lot more interest, a lot of new residents coming into the community. And so we're also looking at expanding public skating and programming public skating there, and also looking at equipment rental facilities or opportunities to help new Canadians who want to get into ice skating and hockey to have access to equipment without having to make a large investment. So it's very slow, but it is a work in progress, and we completely understand the need to try and optimize how much ice we're paying for and using there, recognizing that moving some of our users from one facility to the next doesn't really solve the problem because we would be paying for vacant ice on our own arena. It's about how do we accommodate the expansion, and we're trying to work with our partners to optimize that.
So it is a work in progress.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I sort of expected that answer because I don't expect it to be done this month or next month. It's September season, but we need to expand that. Like even public knowledge, like I have no idea what hours of ice time are available. Like there's other people out there that can use it for different things. We just have to let people know these are some of the times that are available in advance. And then, like I said, it's not always about recovering all the money, but as long as it's being used as opposed to just sitting there. And I understand we have both rinks that we're dealing with, but we spend a lot on the Canada Summer Games one. So I think stuff needs to be shifted over there because we're paying for that no matter what. It gives us more flexibility at the Doherty Arena to adjust programming there. That could be useful. So I'm glad staff are looking at that, and I'd love to see a plan of what the plan is come summertime to throw it at us. So if we can make any alterations or suggestions, it's good to see that's happening. The other one I had was, I believe, page 26. Bear with me for a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one, Mr. Mayor, I know we're looking at parking throughout our community, and I'd like to see some sort of report or some information come back. I'm looking at city parking lots, and we're paying precise parking $1,060 a month. I'm assuming that's for those machines that are located by the fire hall parking lot. I'm not sure if we have other machines elsewhere.
Well, they also scan on the permit parking too, but I'll let Jason explain.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Precise Parkland currently provides the parking machines in Lot 2 downtown. They also manage the permit parking, the monthly permit parking, and they also subcontract out the parking enforcement software and all the associated hardware that go along with that.
Okay, so it's more than just the little meters there. Okay, no, because it was over $1,000. That's $12,000 a year. If you're only using that for parking machines, well, then I would look at revisiting how we do parking. But if it's for extensive other equipment, it makes a little bit more sense. So that's good. That satisfies me. Thank you. And the other one. It was, I don't have the correct page here, but it's, and I hopefully have the right numbers here. I think it was on page 26. It's the hydro at 8 Carlton Street. And I was looking, there was a bill for $9,039, and then there was another bill for $10,718. Is that our monthly bill for hydro at 8 Carlton Street?
Somebody here can answer that? Oh, there you
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that is not our monthly hydro for 8 Carlton Street. That is our streetlight account.
Oh.
It's just tied to 8 Carlton Street because that used to be City Hall.
Oh, that used to be the City Hall. So
Okay. Because it was almost as bad as the hydro at the arena. And I'm thinking, what are the seniors doing at 8 Carlton Street that they're using that
But
much power?
it's all the streetlights in the
It's
city.
all the streetlights. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks for that clarity on that. And Mr. Mayor, that's it for questions in that section. Thank you.
Okay, so we had a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so now we're on to items for consideration. PWCS 23-2024 Drinking Water Quality Management System 2023 Annual Summary Report. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this report? Councillor O'Hara and Councillor Longo. Is there any questions regarding this report? Go ahead, Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just for my own knowledge, when I was reading through the report on page 5, it talked about non-compliance rating, and it said 8 out of 271 for Port Robinson, 8 out of 326 for South End, and 8 out of 322. But in the report, it just said there was 2 non-compliance found that affected all 3 systems. And then it goes on to explain it a little bit more. So is that chart? It shows 8. So was there 8 that were non-compliant? Like, am I reading that chart correctly? It's page 5 of the report. Just looking for some clarity.
Who can answer that? Is that going to be Steve or Sean?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what page are we on?
It's page 5 of the report. There's a little chart right at the top of the page. Talks about the drinking water system, non-compliance rating, inspection risk rating, and final inspection rating. The non-compliance has like 8 out of 271. But the paragraph before it talked about 2 non-compliance issues, and they were resolved and no further actions required, which gives me a good confidence level. But I just didn't understand what the 8 out of 8/271 is.
I'm pretty sure the 8 non-compliances, the residuals that we collect. So it just happens to be 8 in each drinking water system, and then there's 2 non-compliances for the whole report overall.
Okay, all right. So that's good. So that gives me a lot of confidence that our drinking water is safe because the 2 non-compliances were resolved, and the other one is just a charting issue. Okay, no, I'm good with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I see that you can drive by, you can see the continued work going on at the DQ water treatment plant. Okay, I had a mover and a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. PWCS 28-2024 Earth Day event revised. Can I get a mover and a seconder? I got Councillor Sentence. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Decker. Okay. We'll get that motion up. There it is. And Jeff's here to answer any questions. Go ahead, Councillor Hanley.
I read the report and I see where they say about the extra monies that would need to be spent if we went to the Canada Games facility. I think that would be our best venue to do it, seeing that I think when I looked, we spent almost $1 million last year on capital and operating costs, so we're spending $3,000 a day already for being there. And we got this beautiful facility. We got an attractive audience there, but yet we want to go down and use it at the Frank Doherty Arena. You know, it's like when talking to somebody, we're spending $3,000 a day on a facility, and it's like you're buying a car, and then you're parking it, and you're going to go take the bus instead. So I don't support it. I think, you know, we got this beautiful facility. Why did we invest in it if we're not going to use it? You know, and I think that's the place where we should be holding these type of venues. For the amount of monies that we're already putting into the place, if it costs a little extra to hold it there, I think it's a better venue. I think we got a captive audience from all the younger people that go there, the older people that use the program, and instead we're going to use it at the Frank Doherty Arena. I'm not accepting that after seeing all the money that the taxpayers are paying for the Canada Games facility, and it seems that every time something comes up, we never want to use it. We want to use one of our old facilities. So, I don't know if I can support it at this time. I'd like to hear what the other councillors feel and that stuff. We got a beautiful place up the street.
Jeff, do you want to comment? But I want to make sure there's not an event on it that weekend, because that's the other issue we run into. Jeff, can you comment on that?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, with respect to the use of Canada Games Park? Okay, so we've had the conversation with the operators. They'd be happy to let us use the arena. We would have to rent it and pay for all day, which is fine. They would otherwise rent it out to Lacrosse or whoever else needed to use the facility at that time. We also spoke with my colleagues at City of St. Catharines and had some larger scale plans that we could implement for an Earth Day event if we had more time to organize it and plan it. So Earth Day's April 20th, a month away from getting approval to host a special event that is a new event for the city. We hadn't otherwise done a lot of planning. We've scrambled to get some giveaways and have some time to do some promotion, but what we shared with the committee, advisory committee, was that maybe the first year would be best to coordinate and operate out of our own facility and build on that success if we need to next year. But we don't have time to order rain barrels or do any other major programming. Canada Games Park is a great facility, would be a great place for this venue, but just not this year.
Be a great venue to do it in conjunction with the St. Catharines. Go ahead, Councillor.
Just to follow up, I appreciate that answer. Just, you know, seeing that Earth Day's been around for many years, maybe we should get a template or some type of program in place ourselves so we're not revisiting this every year. So we got something set in stone as to what we're actually going to do and have objectives. Because every year it's something different. I think we need to make a plan as to where we're going to go with Earth Day and look at the long-term vision for it. No other comments.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor DeAngelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the idea of going to the Canada Summer Games, but reading the report, I understand staff's position with the timeline. It's very narrow. And the first-time event, it's hard to run an event because you don't know of some of the unexpected things. So it might be best this time just to do it in our own community at the Doherty. But I think we need to sort of stress to all our committees that we have this facility and they need to start looking at utilizing that facility more than the current one that we have to access, like I said, a captive audience It's more central, it's larger, so it offers a lot. It's actually cheaper too, like because if you figure out the price here, it's $26.50 to do it in our place. It's $2,500 there, but a third of it sort of goes back, so we don't have to pay that because we're funding the whole project. So at least we don't have to take a third off that. I'm sort of like Councillor Hanley. I think we need to work on that. And one of the other things too that we need to stress to our committees and maybe be a little proactive on this is the requests are coming from committees to do different things throughout the year. But I think they really need to work on a budget so that it comes in at budget time. Like here, the only reason that they had money is because they took it from the annual spring cleanup to reallocate. I don't have an issue with that. But if the committee is looking at doing this event next year, they should actually look at a budget. And I'm looking at maybe our director of finance. Like, when do you start your budget process? Is it September, October, where you start accumulating staff information?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we normally start about August.
August? Okay. So I think this is where we have to get on our committees sooner so that they understand by, say, August 15th, or like I'll work with or let our director of finance let us know what a reasonable time frame is. So that way it gets into our budget and we're not adding stuff afterwards all the time. So, and that way the committees understand if they're looking at doing something and they want some funding for it, this is their timeline. It goes to sort of Councillor DeRose that talked about, like, even what they're spending, so we know where we're coming in at our budget at the beginning of next year when we're visiting it. But unless we inform our committee members that's the sort of our plan, then they're not aware of that. So, and I don't think they are right now. So we keep seeing stuff come to us, which is good. It shows that they're interested. They want to improve our community. But we need to work within our budget frame so that we can provide what the committees want and what the citizens want. So just a suggestion. I won't, like, I'm not opposing the report. I think it's good. I think they're moving forward. I commend the committees for doing the work and putting all the volunteer hours into this. And I think it's going to be a great event. And then next year it's going to even be bigger and better. So I'm looking forward to it.
Matthew, want to speak, did you say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can certainly take that back and put a reminder to committees. I do want to say, Mr. Mayor, that of course no committees have budgets, and that's not something that's going to change for 2025. But certainly as they're looking to the rest of their strategic planning for themselves, what are they looking to bring forward for council over the rest of this term? They should certainly start that planning for 2025 and complete it by August as the councillor has recommended. So we'll advise that on upcoming meetings just as a standing item that it's time to start looking at 2025.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. I brought this up at the committee level. I suggested this. As you know, I think we need to use this facility more. Maybe this year's not the best year, but they really need to do this next year there. And I think we'll find out, maybe it's a good thing it's at Doherty. I believe we can probably get 10 times the attendance having it at the Canada Games facility. So whether we spend $2,500 to have it at the Doherty and get 50 people, or spend $5,000 to have it over here and get 500 people, what's the better spend, right? So
No,
again, I'll support this, but we have to change our mindset, that's all.
And I agree, and we've also had people in the community step up that want to support Earth Day. And the other thing is, I do think that if, you got together like with St. Catharines, like they did. I remember when they used to do that at fire prevention at the, in the parking lot in St. Catharines with Thorold and St. Catharines. It was a good event. And this is another one where at Canada Game Park could be something special.
There's no reason why the Region wouldn't partner and Brock University wouldn't partner
Yeah.
in a four-way partnership
Yeah.
to do it, so.
Okay, we got that on the floor. We're gonna move into seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. We got the motion under notice of motion. I'll call on Councillor DeRose for his motion. Do you have a seconder, Councillor DeRose? Councillor Hanley. Okay, go ahead, Councillor DeRose.
Okay, so basically, my motion reads that the City of Thorold's agencies, in regards to what Henry was that the City of Thorold's agencies, boards, and commissions be provided with an annual budget guidance equal to the rate of inflation inflation or 3%, whichever is lower. And secondly, that ABC budget's be submitted to the city's finance no later than October 1st for the following. And, sorry, I forgot to turn this on, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just, I've been around for 5-6 budgets. It's frustrating when, like Councilor Dan just said, people start throwing, asking for money, at the 12th hour. It shouldn't happen like that. I think it handicaps the finance department, and it's not fair. And I think then a lot of things get approved that should never have been approved. So I think this is important. I consulted with the finance department and Matthew, and this is what we came up with. So I think it's more than fair to the agencies and departments.
Anyone speak on this? Go ahead, Councillor O'Hare.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't support this simply because I don't want to have my hands tied behind my back when it comes to budget time. There will be always something that comes up at the last minute, and it may be very vital and important to helping our city run better. I think that we were very cautious this year at budget time. I don't think that we have anything to be embarrassed about or upset about in terms of how the budget was handled, especially towards the end. And I think this council has done a great job at maintaining a strong, supportive budget, and I'd like to keep it that way. So that's my reason. Thank you.
Anyone else that wants to speak on this motion? Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Yeah, I'll just quickly say I agree with Councilor O'Hara. This kind of ties our hands, right? We are tied agency boards and commissions' hands, and maybe ours. We made some big decisions this budget coming in the budget that nobody was aware of. We're talking about a turf field that maybe wouldn't have come up if we can't make changes. Our job is to make tough decisions and tough changes, and if it means 5 budget meetings, so be it. If it means staying till 12 o'clock, we all love what we do, so we'll stay. So I won't support this, although I understand where it's coming from.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Didavides.
I won't support this either. You don't never know what's coming down the pipe. And I always go back to my business background. You never know what, and you can't have your hands tied and make a decision and don't have access to money when you really need it. So the staff, the management did a great job on the budget. If we were spending money like crazy, but we're not, they did a great job, and we need to be able to make a decision in a pinch when we have to.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Sens.
Yeah, same rationale. I don't want to be tied down to anything, us or future councils. And our staff does a great job. We had an instance the one year where we put our hands up and we did the operations center and the fire hall at the same time. You never know, right? Things get left behind. So I think we need more flexibility, and our staff needs more flexibility. And they do a great job already. So thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor D'Angelo.
Yeah, I'm just looking for clarity here. We're not saying that the budget's going to be 3%. We're saying we're asking for the boards, agencies, commissions to come in with 3%. But that tells, maybe I'm reading it wrong. What it tells me is that that's their target goal. I always allow and I encourage business cases to come forward to give me your priorities. That's what I look for, so that they're not just putting it at 8% because that's what they want, and then now we got to go back and see what they want to take out. I'd rather start at 3 and give me your cases of what you want to add on to it that are really vital to make our community better. So it's not saying it's 3, it's guidance to staff. Like the staff now just, through you, Mr. Mayor, to our Director of Finance, is there not a guidance given to all departments of what they're supposed to come in, or they just do their budget, throw it in, and that's what it is? Like that, to me, that doesn't make sense. But
I can tell you that staff does a lot of
but they must
of cutting and getting down to a number that's reasonable and palatable, and they understand the importance of being fiscally responsible. And I think in the 2 budgets of this council, and I can go back last term too, The first two budgets we did, and we did both budgets in 2 meetings, and we come in probably, if not the lowest, one of the lowest in Niagara. So I think the current system has showed that it's working. That's all I can say, based on the results of the last 2 years.
Yeah, I guess it's how you interpret this. So maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, to our Director of Finance, is this helpful to you, to staff, or would you like to continue with the same process that you have right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the motion is for agencies, boards, and commissions. It's not for City Hall as a whole. I think this would be helpful to at least set the target to the agencies, boards, and commissions, because we did see in this case where one of the boards came in at over 8% increase when the City Hall departments really strive to come in at a more responsible level. So I think having a target for the ABCs would be beneficial.
So are you saying now that when you talk agencies, boards, and commissions in our city, you're only speaking of one? Am I correct? Let's.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's the biggest one, sure. I think what you would have also, some of the, for those council committees that may have a budget, that would be limited. We do have other groups that perhaps could be considered a board. You have the Thorold Senior Center Board. You've got the museum board that will be coming forward. So, while presently we have one, there are a number on the horizon that potentially could be impacted as well.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, just to let you know, that was formulated from the finance department, so I don't see why we wouldn't help them do their job. That's my opinion. It's to me, it's a no-brainer. This is what they asked for, and that's why I brought it forward. I think it's better. Some cities have their budget already done by October 1st, and then they're getting stuff later. That's hard for them to do. Think about it. Put yourself in their shoes.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, again, it's I asked staff directly. They're supportive of this, so I want to support them on this because they're doing a good job with the budget. They explained it a little further because we were off tangent on a few of the comments that were made because we were directing them to our regular budget. That's not encasing the regular budget. And there's future other budgets that are coming forward potentially as we move forward. So I like I said, if you want to put a 1-year pilot project on this to see how it goes, I'm willing to do that. But if not, we'll leave it at what it stated there. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's a good point. I think it's been clarified by staff. We had a mover and a seconder. Is there anyone else that wants to speak at this? All those in favor? Opposed? 4-4, I'll break the tie. I'll be in favor only because I got clarification on what it actually meant, and I'm comfortable with that. Okay? It's not on the regular budget items that I wouldn't have been comfortable with.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to excuse myself.
Okay. We're going to go into closed session. What? It should be, yeah, it is. But it's not, shouldn't be long. It should be very quick. Okay? Can I get a mover and seconder to go into closed session? I got Councillor DeRose, Councillor Sentence. I'm not going to read the obligations to go into closed sessions because we got nobody online. Everybody that is in the meeting is here in the council chamber. So,
well, technically Matthew,
but,
technically Matthew.
Okay, I'll read it because Matthew's online. Before I ask for a mover and a seconder, which I already had, I would like to remind you your obligations respecting closed session. Those who are participating electronically in the closed session must ensure that no other person is in the location from which they are taking part in the meeting or make appropriate arrangements so that any persons cannot see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place. If this is not possible, you must withdraw from the meeting until it has been reconvened in open session. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now, we gotta state why we're going into closed session. Have you got that all down? And I'll get Nicholas to read the reasons why we're going into closed session. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council will now be moving into closed session to receive confidential information respecting respecting personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees under Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act. And that's with respect to applications to fill the vacant at-large seat on the Thorold BIA, Board of Management. 2, a matter respecting personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees under Section 239(2)B of the Act. That's to fill vacant positions on committees of council. And lastly, a matter respecting a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality under Section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act. And that's for a green and inclusive community building grant update.
Okay, so I had to move in a second. Again, we'll do this. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now we'll clear, when I get